Welcome, everyone, to our April 22nd, 2026 regularly scheduled council meeting. May the clerk please call the roll.
Councilmember Flaherty?
Here.
Strasburg? Here. Mount Smith? Here. Zulik?
Here.
Asari? Not yet. Daly? Oh. Rallo?
Here.
Ruff?
Here.
Rosenbarger? Here. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we will summarize the agenda. So next we will do minutes of approval. Then we will have reports starting with council members. Then we will have a report from Chief Dekoff on Flock. Then we will have reports from council committees. And then we will have public comment. And then legislation for first readings. We have none tonight, but we have quite a lot for second readings and resolutions, so buckle in, everybody. We have a resolution in support of County Council's counterparts' efforts to keep the county's criminal justice buildings within city limits and close proximity to social services. We have a resolution of the Common Council of the City of Bloomington, Indiana, approving certain matters in connection with the formation of a certain economic development area. It's kind of vague. We have an ordinance to amend the City of Bloomington zoning maps by rezoning a 6.3 acre property from residential urban lot R4 and residential family RM within the transform redevelopment overlay to planned unit development, and to approve a district ordinance and a preliminary plan, and the short version of that is Hopewell. And then we will have a resolution to initiate a proposal to amend Title 20 of the Bloomington Municipal Code in order to improve sustainability and housing affordability. And finally, a resolution directing the Housing and Neighborhood Development Department to develop a framework for long-term housing affordability. After that, we will have additional public comment, general public comment for anything that is not on the agenda. And we will go over any council schedule comments, and then we will adjourn. So buckle up, y'all, because we are in for a long night. I'm so glad you decided to join us. Do I have any motions for minutes for approval, which we have none? Okay, council member reports. Councilmember Daly.
Sorry, I'm a little flustered. Thank you.
Apologies.
I just wanted to address, I was at the RDC meeting on Monday evening where they voted to, for a resolution to put the Bunger Robertson property open up for bids for, what is the word I'm looking for? Sorry, this is why I shouldn't. Request for RFPs. Thank you very much. Sorry. And despite several of us asking them not to, as well as the CIB, they voted to go ahead and open it up to RFPs. So this does not necessarily preclude the land swap that the CIB has proposed for the south property on by Seminary Park. But I was incredibly disappointed with that vote. I think even though, and it was acknowledged that it's probably not a financial even trade, I don't think that it is a losing proposition. I think it is actually a huge return on investment if we were to swap those properties. I think the Bunger Robertson property is ideal for the host hotel, for the convention center. And we want this convention center, it is in progress, it is happening. We want it to be as successful as possible. And having the hotel right there is going to add to that. And then keeping that south property for the city for affordable housing right near Hopewell, which we're focusing on affordable housing for. It's a huge opportunity, and I feel like it's just a win-win all around. So I know that I am not the only council member that supports this land swap, but I really hope that the RDC will reconsider this proposal from the CIB. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council reports? Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Yes, thank you. I have been in various conferences and and meetings the last few weeks, so I just wanted to report out on those. On March 25th, I attended the first day of a two-day program hosted by Heading Home called Housing Problem Solving with the National Alliance to End Homelessness. So they had guest speakers leading this. It was mainly for providers of services to unhoused people. And their approach is called Housing Problem Solving, which is a conversation-based approach focused on identifying solutions to support people in resolving their own housing crisis as quickly as possible by any means available to them. So it's a very person-centered, empowering people to think about solutions to their own problems. About 60 people participated, including people from the city of Bloomington and both of our large townships. Secondly, I want to report I went to a national conference, Local Progress conference in Seattle called Affordable Homes, Stable Communities. Various tools for community stabilization and development were discussed in order to keep affordable housing and develop affordable housing, including community development corporations. We visited El Centro de la Raza, which has a great history in Seattle as a community organization and providing housing, funding through local government bonds, CDBG funding, TIF funding, community use of vacant buildings, and various forms of social housing. There was a lot of discussion about how housing is a resource and a human right, and it should not be primarily an investment vehicle. So decommodification of housing. In our capitalist society, this is very difficult, but communities have gone the social housing route, and Seattle is a great example of that. And also preserving existing housing through rehabilitation and eviction protections, just cause requirements for people to be evicted. Third, I went to the Heading Home Regional Housing Summit on April 14th here in Bloomington. We heard some local success stories about small developers creating and funding affordable housing. It was noted that scrappiness is one requirement for people trying to get affordable housing funded. We learned about Streets to Home Indy, which is a collaboration between the city of Indianapolis, philanthropic organizations, and faith communities to provide housing. Our keynote speaker was Vu Lee, who's the founder of nonprofit AF. And just a quote from him here, he used a lot of humor in his talk, but also really pointedly looking at the systems that have failed people. And he said, we need to stop acting like we are begging for money and recognize that we are partnering with foundations to fix problems that they are often complicit in creating. So really, our systems are broken, and these social service agencies need to be considered partners with funders and not just people begging and being subjected to all kinds of requirements. And at that summit, we also heard about community land trusts in Bloomington, the Avalon Land Trust that Hugh Farrell talked about, and then the Summit Hill Community Development Corporation run by Ryan Still. My last comment is about Donald Trump and his Iran war. So it's not related to housing or to local stuff, but I just can't let this bullshit go on without saying something about it. So Trump's war in Iran has accomplished nothing except for death and economic havoc. There's no sign of a change in regime to benefit the freedom and self-determination of the Iranian people. The best outcome we could possibly hope for is that Iran agrees to intense limits and monitoring of their nuclear capabilities, an agreement the Obama administration achieved in 2015 and Trump pulled out of during his first term. So again, pointless actions by a blustering idiot. Finally, I will agree that I would like to see the land swap with the CIB be pursued. I think this could be a win-win situation for our community, so I hope that the RDC gives that serious consideration. I am disappointed at their vote on Monday. I think the idea is not dead, however, and can be brought forward with other proposals. That's it.
Thank you. Other comments? Councilmember Strasburg.
Thank you. I just want to report real quick from Plan Commission. The last Plan Commission meeting, the body recommended several UDO changes, and those all came from the Planning Department as part of their annual updates. There were several just kind of technical changes that just corrected language and things and clarified stuff, and then there are a few more substantial things, and I assume that we'll be seeing, actually I think that we have to see that sometime before summer recess in terms of state guidelines of when it needs to come to us. So if anybody has any questions on that, you can let me know. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Other council comments? Councilmember Rosenberger.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to chime in on the RDC meeting and the potential, hopefully still for a land swap. I think it's awesome that the CIB, that the county transferred the seminary apartment properties to the CIB. I think the tenants at seminary apartments really love where they live, right next to the Beeline and right next to Kroger. It's honestly, I think, one of the most walkable locations in the city, especially for folks who might not be able to afford cars. I think I'm hoping a land swap is still possible. I think for sure for me, I never thought of a land swap as being the whole Bunger-Robertson property for the Seminary Apartments properties. Those are very different price points. I think Seminary Apartments has not yet been appraised, but it was bought for somewhere under $3 million, and then Bunger-Robertson is somewhere between $7 and $8 million. Bunger-Robertson is a huge block. It's almost an entire city block, so that property can be subdivided. Our UDO allows for subdivisions, and so we can, the RDC, I'm hoping, could look at subdividing that property so that it is an equitable swap for the Seminary Square apartments, and then we could have a hotel right where it needs to be, probably at that corner of College and 3rd, and then we can keep it's a 29 affordable units, naturally occurring affordable units at Seminary Apartments. So I think that would be really awesome, and I do encourage the CIB and the RDC to keep talking and doing their very best. I also just want to say this is one of my favorite weeks of the year. It's Little 5 week. Love how people come into town. Love that there are just hundreds of students out there who have been training all year and 4 years for these 2 very special days in April. And as the spiritual and motivational coach of the Cutters, I would like to say, God said, go Cutters. Everybody have a great and safe weekend.
Thank you. Are there any other council comments? Councilmember Rallo.
It just comes to mind that I too am very supportive of this proposition to swap those properties because it seems to me the outcome could be very, very good for the community. Could get the CIB what they would like in terms of a site for a hotel. It isn't a one-to-one in terms of market value of the land, but I think we should keep in mind that the administration was proposing to give the Bunger-Robertson site away totally. So it seems that it could be feasible. But I will wait and see and suspend judgment until we find out more about that situation. Thanks, bye.
Great, thank you. Anybody else? Okay, I will take a stab at it. I'd like to second what a lot of my colleagues said about their support for a land swap to construct a convention center hotel. I think we have the opportunity to do something really brave in our community and continue moving this project along while simultaneously saving housing and one of our beloved nonprofits, My Sister's Closet. I also just want to report out from a conversation that I had at the Capital Improvement Board meeting this past Wednesday, which is that some of the hesitancy that I've heard, at least on this project, is that people believe that this is a building that won't be used. Well, I'm happy to report back that in a lot of our downtown Bloomington board meetings, on which I sit as a member, as a representative from council, 8 groups have already booked out into 2027 in January of which the new convention center will be ready. And so a lot of these people that are booking the space are booking it sight unseen and before it's even ready. So I think when people think about whether or not this building is going to be useful, if we already have people booking this place sight unseen, imagine how excited people will be when they see the beautiful building that has been built. I know that the Arts Commission has done a lot of really great work on our 1% to the public arts, and I've seen some of the designs, and nothing's been decided on, but everything looks very cool. So I'll just say thank you to the Arts Commission, and thank you to the CIB, who's volunteered years of their time at this point to this community project, and they've all been very, very lovely to work with. So thank you. Okay. Anything else for the good of the order before we move on? In that case, let's move on to reports from the Office of the Mayor, City Clerk, City Offices, and City Boards and Commission, which is our flock report from Chief Dekoff. Please take the stand, and do we have a presentation? Okay, no presentation. Please state your name for the record and begin when you're ready. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Mike Dekoff. I am the police chief for the city of Bloomington. I'm here tonight to report on a memo that you received last week regarding flock public safety and its use within the Bloomington Police Department. So first I want to start with license plate reader technology has become a very effective and non-intrusive tool available to modern law enforcement. Many departments across the country have solved crimes that would otherwise have gone unsolved thanks to this technology. The Bloomington Police Department has taken deliberate steps to implement flock responsibly with strong policy, strict access controls, and regular audits. Today, I want to walk you through what we have, how we use it, and how we protect civil liberties in the process. So the equipment that the Bloomington Police Department has is we have 11 permanently mounted LPR cameras. Those are license plate reader cameras. They're placed on major roadways, into and out of the city, and at key intersections. They capture still photos of license plates on public roads only. We have 4 permanently mounted video cameras in the downtown area. They replaced some cameras roughly a year ago that had been there for many years that had worn out. They are not monitored in real time, but they record so that if there's an incident and we need to go back and see what happened, we're able to pull up that video. A recent example is the IU National Championship celebration, where we had approximately 5,000 people converge on Kirkwood, and they helped us monitor the event and keep it safe. We also have 4 mobile trailers that have video. Some of them have LPR technology and some of them have gunshot detection technology. They are not permanent. They are deployed when problems arise at different places around the city. Those were purchased by the hand department after apartment complex complaints that involve vandalism, theft, drug dealing, and weapons calls. We've also used those in the downtown area in parking lots at nights and on weekends due to increased disturbances that we have had in those areas, and after several calls involving weapons. What LPR does and doesn't do. What LPR captures is a still photo of the rear of a vehicle and its license plate as it travels on a public road. The photo and a timestamp, and that's it, nothing more. LPR does not collect vehicle registration, name, address. It's not linked. It doesn't do facial recognition. It doesn't contain video footage. It doesn't collect demographic information or personal identifiers. Or does it assign risk scores or crime predictions? This tool simply supports investigations, and it does not forecast behavior. On the privacy side, cameras are pointed only at public roadways. The same observation that any officer or citizen could make that stands on a street. There's no software that is used to create patterns or associations between individuals' activities, and they're not placed near sensitive locations such as reproductive health facilities, churches, mosques, or temples. talk a little bit about the access audits and data protection. So access is limited to sworn officers and data analysts within the Bloomington Police Department. All users must complete in-house training on policy and usage before gaining access to the system. Every search requires an active case or an event number and a stated reason why the search was made. You cannot search just because. The system also employs a drop-down menu with pre-programmed reasons for searches, such as theft, weapons, different types of crimes that might occur. The system logs who searched, when, the event number, and why. System audits are conducted every 60 days to ensure compliance. Data retention is currently set at 30 days, then permanently deleted unless entered as evidence in a criminal case. Policy violations are subject to discipline up to and including termination. BPD does not participate in the national FLOC network. Data is shared only with other Indiana law enforcement agencies. FLOC does not sell BPD data. BPD owns 100% of the data collected. I just want to highlight a couple of cases where we've had successes with the FLOC LPR technology. Within the last year, there was a kidnapping where the subject vehicle was followed to the Kentucky state line using the FLOC network. The victim, fortunately, was recovered safely after a pursuit and a crash of that vehicle at the state line. The technology was used to assist the Owen County Sheriff's Office in a homicide that they investigated. The vehicle was located, later confirmed driven by the suspect, leading to an arrest. There was a sexual assault case that was used where the suspect's vehicle was identified. A timeline was set up. We finally found the vehicle, interviewed the owner of that vehicle, which they confessed to the crime, and they were later charged with rape. Another homicide where there was a vague description of a vehicle. The data was analyzed over several days, and we were able to identify a suspect and make an arrest on a murder charge. Within the last couple of months, there was a homicide in Westfield, Indiana. That vehicle was recovered in Bloomington and helped them process that crime. And the most recent FLOC success story was just last night. There was a woman who was beaten in the head with a hammer and stabbed. The suspect left. We were able to get FLOC information on that suspect vehicle, and we made an arrest this morning and charged that person with attempted homicide. A little bit about contracts. The 11 LPR cameras and operating system was signed in February of 2024 for $40,650. There's an annual renewal of $36,500. That renewal was not signed this year, and that contract has been canceled. There are 4 downtown video cameras that was signed in September of 2024. For the initial amount was $15,000 a year, and then subsequent years were $12,000 a year. And the 4 mobile trailers, there's a current agreement that was signed in October of 2025. And those are roughly, I believe, $90,000 a year for 2 trailers each. All agreements were sole sourced, approved at the department level without board or commission approval. The total program cost to date is $236,829.68. In closing, I would like to say that FLOC is a powerful investigative tool. When it's used responsibly, it contributes to solving serious crimes in our community. We have built in meaningful safeguards. We have strong policies, strong training, strong audits. And we also restrict sharing. I will welcome any questions. As I stated earlier, the FLOC contracts were not renewed, and so the LPR contract actually ends at the end of this weekend. I'll take any questions you might have.
Thank you. Questions? Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Yes, thank you for the report. which contract was not renewed? Because it seems like there are at least 4 different contracts here listed.
The license plate reader contract expired, and so that one has not been renewed, and we are still working through the process of ending the other contracts. But the LPR system just ended, so that will go away this weekend. The other contracts we still have to terminate, and that is a legal process that I am not going to comment on. I will let the attorneys talk about that.
Can anyone give an estimate of when those can be terminated? And is there a possibility of just covering those cameras while we wait for the termination to take place?
Well, those are video cameras that have been up for many years. If that is the direction that we want to do and just do away with the downtown video cameras. But we are looking at replacing the Flock cameras with other brands so that it's not tied to the Flock network.
Thank you. Councilmember Asare.
Thank you so much, Chief Dekoff, and hi, colleagues. I just had a question, have a couple of questions, but because we're thinking about this in the broader sense, not just in reaction to Flock specifically, but I'm interested on this, on the process of procurement, and particularly, you mentioned both in the report and just now said again that I think the word was this was a sole source purchase, and could you explain a little bit about why that's the type of purchase that doesn't need to come for board approval? And then the follow-up question is, what was the sort of formal justification, if you will, for sole source designation?
Hi, I'm Margie Rice in the Corporation Council. I can address that question. Sole source. Hello. So the issue of sole source contracts is always brought to legal and the controller, and it's generally when there's a unique provider or a unique product you want that either has features or capabilities that somebody else doesn't provide. So if a department wants to sole source something, it does have to be verified by the controller. Obviously, legal talks about it as part of the contract. And so this, I wasn't necessarily involved in the departmental conversations about the options that they were looking at, but I know that this one did pass the test with the controller.
And what's the test when we talk about the test with the controller? What is that test?
Generally, if there are specific features that other vendors don't have, that there's something unique about this product. And so that would have been a conversation between the department and the controller. And the controller would have to, essentially say, yeah, I agree with you that this is a unique product, a unique vendor, and there's nothing else out there. You can't send it out to bid and get, 12 different options that meets the qualifications.
Okay, and so it means that we're buying a thing for one of the specific features that it has that we're saying none of the others. We probably consider other vendors for LPRs where we say none of them have this particular set or this particular feature. And so and this is a governance question. I'm not interested, I'm not, what do you call it? Yeah, this isn't like to point fingers or anything. I'm just curious then, does that get recorded? Like what the purpose, what was the justification for this sole purpose purchase?
I know that there is documentation in the controller's office about the justification. That's not in my department, so I'm not sure what that looks like for every single contract. Julie Martindale in the controller's office is generally the person who looks at those and reviews them, and we could certainly get you information about what that looked like for this one.
Yeah, and I'm more interested in the process. If it's the controller who alone says, okay, yeah, this. I agree with your assessment that this is a unique feature, therefore, approved for purchase. versus, if just trying to think about when we should trigger broader governance oversight from other bodies when we look at these type of
Yeah.
technologies.
No, that makes sense. We definitely wanted to pass the sniff test and are not just sole sourcing everything because somebody
Right.
likes a particular vendor.
Right, excellent. I have some other questions, but I'll
Okay.
let my colleagues
Thank you.
go.
Other first round. Councilmember Rallo.
I support the canceling of the flock contract. It seems that there are numerous cases of abuse and misuse and privacy violations by flock. But apart from that, you obviously find it, your department finds it a useful tool. There's no doubt that it could be used in such a way. My fear is that, where does it stop? Do we have these sort of creeping network of surveillance that eventually is dispersed throughout the entire community, that is used, yes, with restrictions? Those could go away in time, of course. Is that the direction that law enforcement is heading, generally speaking? Not just the Bloomington Police Department, but is that a desired outcome?
I don't think so. I understand your concerns. But at the time we were looking at this technology, it was not this council, it was the previous council, encouraged me to look to technology to solve some of our staffing problems. So that's what we did. And so, I have concerns about some of this. That's why we've tried to build in as many safeguards as we can. I'm not concerned about our agency, but I understand the concerns about other agencies and how they use the data. And so I'm just saying that it is a useful tool to help us solve violent crimes. And so if we don't have it, we'll just resort back to the way we used to do things. And, it will probably take us longer. There will probably be some that we won't solve, but we'll do everything in our power to resolve cases that we're working on with the means that we have.
I don't dispute that it's a useful tool. I think that, I understand. It's just the trade-off in terms of surveillance, privacy, and so forth that I think is our concern. And I think it's a proven concern. I think that we've seen the misuse around the country. And so it's alarming to me that it's been utilized in ways that is above and beyond what you describe. But I look forward to talking.
Sure. No, like I said, I understand your concerns. I think we live in a world where technology is taking over. I would bet that probably every person in this room has a cell phone, and the information that cell phone captures is way more than a flock camera. That being said, we don't have access to everyone's cell phones. So in a broader technology conversation, you're right. I mean, there are more and more cameras prevalent. Indiana University probably has the largest supply of video cameras in the county. Other places use LPR technology. But again, I understand that there are concerns about privacy and things like that. We tried to use it very responsibly. In a time when we were really understaffed, our numbers are coming back up. So that was an option that we had that we took advantage of.
Councilmember Strasburg.
Thank you. You mentioned consideration of other services that would do some of these things. Can you talk a little bit about how you're assessing those other services that might kind of replace Flock and what you might be doing differently?
So we haven't done anything yet. That is a conversation that I plan to have with the mayor's office and see what direction that she wants us to go in looking at other technology options to see how we can use those to assist us when we do our jobs.
Others? Questions? Councilmember Asare.
Thank you so much, and again, thank you, Chief Dukoff and Margie. I didn't get a chance to say thank you before before you sat down. My next sort of queries were about sort of questions of effectiveness, particularly, because I appreciate the cases that that you highlighted, but I guess I'm curious about how many cases, for example, in the last year, relied materially on flock data versus cases where it was incidental, or I guess maybe like a different way of asking that is, you know, thinking about what percentage of total investigations involve LPR queries. So are we, what I'm interested in is both the, whether you view, and I think I know the answer to this question, but you view LPR data as critical, i.e. we would not have solved this thing were it not for LPR data. It's sort of question one. But then my follow-up is that, are we now just routinely using LPR data in all investigations, or and so like when do you decide we're going to query the system for LPR for license plates when in the course of an investigation? So sort of three questions.
So I think most agencies use LPR data when they have no leads to follow up on. So some of those cases that I mentioned where we had some successes in making arrests, those were cases where we had no leads to follow up on, and so we might have had something very, very vague or something like that where someone started querying the system, and you know, I just want to highlight there was a report that last year it said I think we used it 9,000 times. You have to keep in mind that we could have one query, the same query, that's asked 25 times of the system, and it tracks each one. So it wasn't 9,000 separate cases that we used Flock for. It was just 9,000 times it was queried for information. So it might have only been, you know, 500 cases. I don't know. That type of information we hadn't kept. So your question about our, you know, how many times it's been successful, I can't tell you that because that's not something that we tracked. I just know the serious violent crimes that we've solved with it.
And then is there some type of a process that the detectives would go through to sort of trigger the use of any of this data? Or is it, you know, can they just in the course of any investigation use it, right? Is there some type of thing that says, okay, now I do it and I need to go through some protocol of reporting that I'm about to do it, or is it just a tool that's available to them like any other tool?
It's a tool that's available like any other tool. If they're, I mean, I can't imagine they would query it if they knew, you know, they had a suspect already and they had a lot of information. That's not something that they would do, but it's used mostly when there aren't suspects or there isn't information that's readily available right now that's going to help us solve a violent crime.
Okay. Thank you so much, Chief. I have one more set of questions, but I'll wait for Madam Chair to call.
Yes, absolutely. Well, we've reached our report time, but I think this is a conversation that everyone wants to have, including our audience. So if it is all right with everyone up here, I will extend the report time for another 20 minutes, and we will reevaluate there. Great, and for the good of the order, that would be 7:27, so keep an eye on the clock. Other questions? Councilmember Piedmont-Smith.
Yes. So the outside sharing of data from our flock cameras has been curtailed as of, what, April 15th? Is that right? That was.
Yes. I think that was the date, yeah.
The
It was
date
last,
of the
it was
memo.
last week.
Yes, it was a
But
week ago.
isn't it true that flock safety still has access to that data?
It's been turned off. We control that at the department level, and so we've turned all that off, so they don't have access to that.
So the data that's collected by the ALPRs in the last week, isn't that data stored by flock safety? I mean, isn't it part of their, the contract that they obtain that data and make it available to BPD?
The information that I have received is they do not have any more, the data has been turned off, the stream has been turned off. And so nobody can access our data.
So
Only we can access it. Nobody else can, so it's not being shared with anybody else.
So when you access the data, where do you access it from? The
We
cloud?
access it from Flock.
Okay, so it's data on the cloud.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
It's data on the cloud, like on
Yes.
an internet server.
Yes.
Okay, and there have been problems with flock safety securing that data in the past.
Yeah, that's what people are saying.
Okay, and then I just wanted to follow up on something I had mentioned in my previous question. And especially since the end of contract only affects the ALPRs and not the other cameras, can we physically turn off and ensure they are off the other cameras whose contract has not expired yet?
Yes, we can.
And does Flock have any power to go in and turn them back on? Because this has happened in other communities where, like Evansville, Illinois said, we want you to turn the cameras off, and then
would be
they
hard
found
for
out
them
it would
to-
be turned back on by Flock.
If we decide to turn them off, it would be hard for them to turn them on if we disconnect the power.
Okay, and is that your plan for the other cameras whose contract has not ended?
That is a conversation that the mayor and I are going to have. We have not had that conversation yet, but yes, she does not want us to continue having any Flock products, so that will happen.
Okay, can that happen before the contracts are actually terminated?
It will happen before yeah, we have to figure out the legal part of the contracts and how that's going to play out, but we can turn those off, when we want.
Okay, I would love to get a commitment from the mayor to turning them off as soon as possible.
Okay.
Thank you.
Other questions? Councilmember Asare, did you have more questions?
Yes, thank you. Just one last set, and again, thank you all for your patience. A little bit interested in if we were to think about transparency and public reporting, both I guess in terms of procurement, but certainly in terms of use. I'm interested if the chief has any thoughts on what that might look like. So, as we think about any use, and in maybe a more expansive way, what would your opinion be on how that type of public reporting and sort of transparency guidelines should work?
Yeah, so I think we can research to see what other departments do. I'm sure there are other departments that have public transparency portals. We can look at that. The only thing that I would want to look at more closely is how we report data and we don't compromise any of our criminal investigations that we're doing. And I'm sure there's a way to do that. I'm sure we would not be the first agency to do a public transparency portal on data. So we would just look around and see what everybody else is doing and figure out a good system that works for us.
Okay. And then just to bring the full loop is in terms of officer use or detective use, and I know you set a baseline that's clearly reported. I think you said that searches have to be tied to an event. I think you said that it's audited every 60 days. What are you looking for in the 60-day audits? Who conducts those audits? Are they internal, independent? What sort of percentage of searches are reviewed when we do those audits? And then also are you tracking, because you talked about how improper use can result in anything up to firing, but how are you tracking improper use? Does somebody find out when sort of some type of unusual query behavior occurs or anything like that? And have you had to, and sort of last question, I know this is a barrel question, I'm sorry, but have you had to take any disciplinary actions around flock use so far?
We have not had to take any disciplinary action. There have been some training issues that were addressed with officers. So when we do an audit, we basically get a report of every query that was done to the system with who did it, the dates, times, reasons. A lot of that information is, it's all reviewed by one supervisor that writes a report that goes to his supervisor that is reviewed. And then, again, any problems that are identified. So far, there have just been some minor training ones about filling out the reports the right way, and those even with those, there's only a couple usually with each audit that we find.
Okay, and does that include external queries? So if even though you all say you have control over it, if somebody else has queried the data, does that somehow get logged?
Yeah, so if another agency queries it, we get that information and then we review the circumstances of their inquiry and how they used it and if they followed the same protocols that we have in place for our officers.
And in the case that you have that sharing turned on, does that querying happen automatically and it just gets logged, or is there you all decide whether or not to share it type of stage that happens in between?
So both. It depends on what type of query it is. For instance, if we enter like an Amber Alert or a Silver Alert or something like that, where we put in quite a bit of information and someone would run, a plate would hit and they would get, another agency would get notification, they would get more information because we've already entered it into the National Crime Information Center database, which is a national computer that tracks missing persons, all kinds of things related to the criminal justice system. And so those types of queries, because it's something, a safety issue usually, they would get more information, and that we would still get that information. But if it's somebody that is inquiring about a specific vehicle, maybe being, if it's another agency that's investigating something and that vehicle hits in Bloomington, then they would get a notification that it hit in Bloomington, and then they would reach out to us.
And does that happen even with that sharing feature turned off?
It doesn't happen with the sharing feature turned off. No outside agency gets any hits from anything captured on a Bloomington LPR camera. Okay, and my final question, I promise I will sit down and not speak again, is so the county has ALPRs as well. What's the process of sharing, not sharing, et cetera, with Sheriff's Department, with Indiana University, et cetera? We have turned off all sharing, so they receive no information from our cameras.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Chief Dekoff. And then, am I correct in assuming that there are people in the audience tonight who would like to speak on flock issue? Okay. At this point in time, I'm happy to entertain a motion to suspend the rules and allow public comment for the flock report.
Second.
Okay, there's been a movement and a second. Will the clerk please call the roll to suspend the rules to allow public comment for the flock report?
Is this debatable? Is it a debatable motion? Can I?
Oh,
Point of information?
I don't believe that it is.
Oh, okay.
Counselor
I
Allen?
just,
Okay. Apologies. It is not a debatable
that's
motion.
okay. I had a counter proposal, but
Okay. Well, I think we have a motion on the table to suspend the rules and allow public comment for this moment in time. And not, there would be another period of general public comment. This would just be for council, or excuse me, comment on this report.
Can I ask a clarification?
Sure.
How long would that period of public comment be if we had the public comment right now, as opposed to rolling public comment over into the public comment
Well,
period?
I believe Councilmember Rallo made the motion.
Should we give 20 minutes? Is that sufficient?
Okay.
And maybe
why
limit
don't we
each
just
speaker
roll it?
to...
Why don't we just roll it into normal public comment?
Well,
Well,
we could do either, but why don't we do 20 minutes, limiting, I don't know, 3 minutes per speaker, something like that?
great. Okay. And do you carry your second, Councilmember Daley?
I do.
Great. In that case, will the clerk please call the roll?
Yes.
Strasburg,
Yes.
Piedmont Smith. Yes. Sulik,
Yes.
Asari,
Yes.
Daly,
Yes.
Rallo,
Yes.
Ruff,
Yes.
Rosenbarger.
Thank you. That passes 9-0. Cool. So if anyone who's interested in speaking on this flock report could gather at the microphone and write your name, and when you get up to the mic, please state your name, and then you'll each have 3 minutes to speak. It is currently 7:22. We will continue with public comment until 7:42. And can we get the timer on the, thank you. Okay, great, thank you. Speaker number 1, if you could state your name if you'd like. You have 3 minutes.
Hello. Hey, I'm Sam Dixon, a local worker here. Been here in Bloomington for the past 8 years. Firstly, just thanks to the council for passing Resolution 2026-04. I think that was an important moment that brought us to today, having transparency for the community, transparency to the public about the use of technologies like Flock. Kind of a big deal to have this after years of having struggles with FOIA requests for data on the system. So I appreciate that action. I was at first pretty confused by the mayor's announcement about the cancellation, but I'm happy that a lot of the questions I had about that were kind of worked out in the question process just now here. One of those was, when are we actually going to have the cameras taken down? That is kind of my most principal concern, because if the contracts are expired or expiring, and if we're making a commitment to move away from this technology, what stops us from putting a black bag over it or just taking it down and putting it in a shed tomorrow? And then, just to keep it brief, my follow-up to that would be, in looking for potential replacement vendors, potential technologies that do a similar thing but with less flagrant risks, my suggestion to everyone, the police, the mayor, the council, would be just not to have a mass surveillance system at all. So we don't need more cameras. We don't need to be watched at all times. We don't need a continual expansion of the police state and the surveillance state that doesn't help anybody. And so I would ask that you consider that option and not consider it absolutely necessary that police should be surveilling everybody at all times. So, thank you.
Thank you. And then also, if you're on Zoom, please raise your hand and we will get you. And there's one speaker on Zoom. Okay, great. Speaker on Zoom, we will get to you after this next speaker in chambers. You can go ahead and state your name and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Chris Doran. I'm a Bloomington resident. I would encourage, first of all, I'd like to thank the council and on behalf of many of us who are working on this issue for the resolution. Clearly, it seems there's good news from what the Chief Dieckhoff said, that essentially the contracts are going to be canceled. I think I speak for many in this room, including some members of council who do not trust the mayor on this issue. I don't understand if the contracts were canceled, why it took from March 5th until now, but anyway, it still seems to be good news. The police chief also, I've skipped over a few things. Mainly, the biggest issue is that Flock has control of this data. He clearly was a little bit confused as to whether they have control during this time. We know that other municipalities have canceled contracts. Flock has ignored it. Flock, they've taken down the cameras. Flock has put the cameras back up. They claim it's private property. So clearly, this corporation has way too much power. And also, goodness gracious, the bullshit of both the mayor and the police chief in not recognizing SB 57. The state of Indiana passed a law saying that he, the mayor, everyone in this room has to cooperate with federal law enforcement regarding immigration. So these ludicrous statements in the mayor's report and in the police chief Dieckhoff's report, essentially saying the information won't be shared, that's only in Bloomington, et cetera. That clearly is not true. They don't have control of that. And so I want to support my colleague Sam, who just spoke, that essentially we don't want mass surveillance. This has been going on for a while. The resolution was pretty clear about if there can't be acceptable alternatives. The concern is that the mayor and the police department are just going to find another license plate reader. Which is very concerning. And yes, there are, that's great. I would really encourage the council to do I don't know if you have to do a Freedom of Information report, but I would bet about half those reports that the mayor cited are bullshit, right? That the LPR might have helped, but essentially it wasn't the key deciding factor. And so if we're gonna have mass surveillance, why don't we have it everywhere? Why don't we have it in all our homes? Why don't we have it on ourselves? And the statement that our cell phones can have more information than our cell phones are not connected to a national database except that can be accessed by ICE. So this is one of the primary things I would encourage the governance that is going to happen relative to this. No mass surveillance, no ALPR license plate readers, and certainly none that can be shared with the state of Indiana, who we don't trust, or the federal government we don't trust. Thank you.
Thank you. And then, apologies, we are going to go to our Zoom commenter now. You will be unmuted or asked to unmute, and then you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, this is Kevin Keogh. Talking about this, the first impression I had is you would think the police department would have some technical expertise, especially for cyber crimes. And I don't know exactly how they're staffed there, but you would think they would have some capacity there. But talking about some of the best practices, because one that really gets to me is the 60-day audits. And to me, that's a post-mortem. I would much rather hear that you have an intrusion detection system or intrusion prevention system that was used. I would also hope there would be automated alerts through you're logging all this. There's tools out there you can use to give alerts, and it would be much better. But the key is the technology is going to continue to progress. There are going to be good tools to use, but with that comes the responsibility to use them correctly and use best practices. So I think it'd be a great investment to have the personnel, the resources that are highly skilled in this area that could promote the security and the privacy issues and would be a great source for training within the department and also the entire community and the workforce with the city. So I think there's a lot going on here. Technology, yes, is going to continue. It's going to continue to creep into everything we do. But we need to do the best we can to secure what we can and do it at a high level. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker in chambers, if you could state your name for the record, you'll have 3 minutes.
Yes, I'm Bryce Green. I am a Bloomington resident and have been for around 10 years. I'd like to echo basically everything everyone was saying up here about being against not just Flock, this company and its ills, but also just the concept of mass surveillance in general. We don't need to be watched all the time. We don't need the technology that is watching people all the time. And even if we did all, believe in the inherent goodness of the Bloomington Police Department, like people have said, other agencies will have access to this, regardless of whether or not you flick a setting on a given piece of software. And I'd also like to point out a couple things that I think are pretty alarming that other people have mentioned before, is that the police chief doesn't seem to understand how the internet works or how data works, and that when you give your data to a company to store so you can access it from a portal that's on your computer, it means that the data is stored on someone else's computer. And that someone else might not be as noble and gallant as the Bloomington chief of police. And so we can't trust it. I mean, it's just simple as that. And so I really want to encourage the council to not only move forward with, getting rid of Flock as much as possible. You all seem to be on board with that. But also to explore new ways or ordinances or decrees that prevent this sort of thing from happening in the future. Because like Homie said, this technology will progress. There's always going to be a tool that is very useful to police people, and it's going to be sold, and it's going to be sold as a new way to prevent people from being violently attacked. That will always be the justification. The question is whether or not Bloomington should contribute to a generalized police state, or should it be, look at other models or lead by example, one of these municipalities that is actively fighting against it. I don't invoke Americanism a lot, but it seems to me a very American idea to be against the constant surveillance of individuals. All right, I'll give the rest of my time back. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker in chambers, please, if you could state your name, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Stoops, lived in Bloomington my whole life. Thank you for ending the Flock contract. That's really wonderful to hear. I hate being spied on. I don't like the idea of being tracked every time I'm driving down Walnut Street. I'm frustrated to hear that they're going to investigate partnering with a new company. Being in local government, you might not be familiar with the corporate world. Nowadays, things are changing fast. Nowadays, companies break contracts and break laws as part of doing business. They build it into their business model. That's part of it. It seems like it shouldn't happen. It does. It happens all the time. You shouldn't trust private companies, third parties, with information as precious as where Bloomingtonians are going every day. Want to remind you that the surveillance data is designed to be sold and given away. Like, whether we tell them not to, they're very likely doing it. We live under an unhinged dictator who, on a whim, could mandate the city to give all of our location data, or mandate whatever company we partner with, or mandate their third-party data storage partner. Like, it's extremely messy. Once the data's out there, it's out. Like, we're just giving it to them on a silver platter. So please just, cut it off, stop spying, stop building mass surveillance. Yeah, I think we can get somewhere better with this. And thank you for listening to us.
Thank you. Do we have any other comments on Zoom? Great. Next speaker in chambers, you'll have 3 minutes. If you could state your name, that'd be great.
Hi, my name is Maria Bull. I moved here for school and I'm staying for the summer and stuff like that. I just wanted to comment on the police chief's comment about our cell phones giving the same amount of data that Flock uses or less or more than it. There's a difference between a Flock camera and my phone. I can turn my phone off. I can opt out of this. Whereas with Flock cameras, they're seeing you all the time and you can't really be like, hey, I'm gonna turn this off and not be available to it. And then I wanted to comment on something that I felt the other day before I was really getting into this and learning more about what the city of Bloomington is doing with Flock. But I saw a Flock camera the other day, and I was driving back from Indianapolis, and I was like a shiver of fear ran down my spine of unsettlement. I think an important part of this is the psychological element of being watched all the time. You're fearful. You're like, what am I gonna do? What are they seeing? Are they seeing my private conversations? That sort of thing. There's just kind of an element of fear that I think is present that I think needs to be considered and not inflicted upon the residents of Bloomington. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker in chambers, please state your name and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Kevin Ratcliffe. I was born in Bloomington, lived here most of my life. I came to address the mayor and the police chief, and it seems they're gone, so I will yield my time to the gentleman behind me.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker in chambers, if you could state your name for the record, that'd be lovely, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Seaforth Breeze. I've been a Bloomington resident for over 10 years, somewhere in that range. I've come before the council before to speak on this issue, as I'm sure y'all remember. I have a Flock camera that's looking directly down onto my porch. It does impact me on a daily basis in terms of exactly the point that one of the last speakers brought up, which is just the psychological effect of always living with that. I mean, the exit to go to work or even to leave the neighborhood that I live in is there as well. So I am always under surveillance the moment I leave my house to the moment I get back to my house. I also wanted to speak though, and stood up on the point of the fact that this, this technology or this technique or this process being sort of perceived as uniquely valuable and therefore having to be implemented, right? Which is always brought up in questions of security and of, sort of policing this notion that you have this tool and there's this temptation to use it, right? When I was younger, I remember reading some of the Senate reports on enhanced interrogation techniques, torture, that the United States did. And it was one of the things that was hammered so many times in that report is the fact that, the reason why folks felt it was necessary or the logic behind it was this idea that it could provide something that couldn't be got any other way. And at the end of the day, there were exactly 2 cases out of hundreds in which they got unique, actionable information. And of those 2 cases, there was other intelligence that they had received that got them there at the same time, effectively. So whenever we have questions about implementing, sweeping security, sort of surveillance or of, sort of I mean, it's there, that temptation. But we always have to remember that that temptation is not something that we can act upon because it just puts us into situations like we are in right now with, protesters being, having pressure applied upon them and asylum seekers who are hiding right now in many states across the United States. And finally, on the point of the police chief saying that, I don't think we would move towards that direction of, expanding it to, more streets or, more invasive into more, sort of public spaces. That is just not how it works. We've already made that choice to implement it once, So that logic is obviously, not holding so much water there. And then I think about my current job where people talk about putting it in the buildings, not for the LPs, but just cameras. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's your time. Next speaker in chambers, you'll have 3 minutes. If you could state your name, that'd be awesome.
Hi, Seth Muchler, Bloomington resident. Just thank you all very much for your questions, particularly Councilmember Piedmont Smith. I appreciate you really holding the chief to task on how cloud storage works. I'm going to keep this really brief because I know we have a long night. I know that all of you have received a report about the the legal department withholding information through the public records request. If anybody has not read this report, it is on Bloom Docs. Big ups to Dave Askins. And the city legal department lied to members of the public and withheld these contracts, saying they blatantly did not exist, in some cases for up to 15 months across multiple public record requests. And so I would like to ask the council to please begin a formal investigation of the legal department, particularly their public records request process, because they have been lying to the public.
Thank you. Next speaker. If you could state your name for the record, that would be awesome. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Name is Miles, and I think that we've made just a small step in the right direction with cutting the contract with a brand name of surveillance camera like Flock Safety, and maybe a more important step would be banning the ALPR technology altogether. The same circumstance happened in Denver, for example, where the mayor was pressured to change from Flock Safety to a different company called Axon. And I think it's very telling that the mayor and the chief of police, value their privacy. They can leave and not confront their constituents, but they couldn't care less about their constituents' privacy when ALPR cameras are spying on us every day. So thank you.
Thank you. And go ahead. State your name for the record, please.
Yes. My name is Haley Tokes, Bloomington resident, and I'll be just one more voice saying the things that have already been said, but I just really appreciate everyone sitting up here for their work and their tough questions, because as one of my colleagues alluded to, it's been really hard to get answers about this stuff, which feels like a huge problem. So I celebrate the chief's commitment to disabling all Flock cameras. We will be holding them to it. But speaking more generally about governance going forward, I think I stand with everyone here who says that we want to limit mass surveillance wherever possible and not just replacing Flock with another private company that may have all of the same foibles. And at a bare minimum, if this level of data is going to be collected on us, the public should have the ability to weigh in on whether these tools are valuable to us. There's pros and cons here, like we've all talked about, and we have a right to the full accounting of pros and cons. That means we should have had access to these contracts from the beginning. We should, as the chief talks about how helpful these tools have been to them, I would like to see that justified in clearance rates. I think that, there should be data about how these tools are being used that the public should have a right to see. And yeah, there should be a real conversation that we have a place in, and yeah, so just can't say it enough. Transparency, super important here, and no more mass surveillance, please and thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll say thank you to all of our public commenters. I know that this is a scary and difficult subject for many of us, and it is very, very brave to get up in front of city and government and say your piece, and so thank you very much. I promise that this is not going to be the last time that council discusses this issue. Moving on to council committees, it seems we have a committee report from the Committee on Council Processes. Councilmember Piedmont Smith, take it away.
Yeah, this is brief. So in the packet for today, there is a document called Procedures with Discussion of Ordinances at First Reading. So that is following through on a vote that was taken in February by this council to allow discussion of legislation during first reading. It normally, when we have an ordinance at first reading, it is literally just read into the record, and there's no discussion, no questions, no presentation, nothing. So now, going forward, we're going to have the ordinance read into the record, and then have a presentation of the ordinance, have council member questions on the ordinance, have public comment on the ordinance, and limited to 30 minutes. And then it'll be moved to a second reading where there'll be follow-up questions, not a whole repeat of what was at first reading, but follow-up questions, final public comment, and final vote, so, in most cases, unless we move to third reading, which we can't. Anyway, it's not, you won't see that in action tonight because we don't have any ordinances for first reading, but I just want to make sure the public understands that this system is changing. So when we have an ordinance for first reading from now on, there will be a presentation and discussion of it. That's all.
Great, thank you so much. Now we will be moving on to general comments from the public about anything that is not on the agenda. If you would like to speak, please come up to the podium, sign in, and state your name for the public. You'll have 3 minutes. If you're on Zoom and you'd like to speak, please raise your hand and we will come get you. First commenter in chambers, please.
Hello. God bless America.
Hell yeah, bro.
Huh?
No, hell yeah.
Cool. Okay. You know, if you leave here and you drive down Walnut Street, say you're leaving here to take a virtual tour, go down Walnut Street to 1900 block. You guys know where the Herald Times is? What is that in the road? That thing is about 15 feet wide, and that thing has been like that for years. That is a contractor that came into Bloomington. I know their name, but I'm not going to drag them through the mud right now. But you know, you hit that thing, it's bad. You know, it's like you call the mayor's office sometimes. Well, has anybody else complained? No, you know. But anyway, I'm going to go off the rails. For instance, if you go here to 3rd Street by the car wash, there's a problem over there, and there's something in the road. And I asked the mayor, I said, this thing is horrendous. Has anybody called? Not a single person. Why? Why don't people call when there's a problem with the road, right? I'm retired, I got lots of time. I drive Bloomington roads a lot. But you know, back down there, that they should have to come in, the developer or contractor, you know, they'd have to come in and fix that. That's something that the street department shouldn't have to do, but they do fabulous. Street department does fabulous work. They got some great workers, Danny Bittner, Joe Van Devener, Ron Arthur, all kinds of great guys in there. But you know, why should they have to go back and fix that? If you drive down through there and you hit that, I guarantee you're going to say, I think I know what he's talking about. And that thing's been like that. I'm not going to call street department. I'm not going to put. I just that guy, them people should have to come and fix that. That thing's horrendous. And when people run over stuff like that in the road, it's a utility cut, is what it is. They come in, cobbled it in, threw some cold mix on, and left it. That's unacceptable. And they should have to be putting signs out by the road when they're doing them that jobs of their name of who they are that's doing that stuff. And that's like over here on 3rd Street by the car wash. They left a thing in the road about 3 feet wide, about 5 feet long. For a month, called the mayor. No one's called that in. Well, okay, I called street. They come right up here and fix that, man. They was right on that.
Thank you
Okay.
very much. That's your time. Don't forget your drink. Your Yes. Okay. If the next speaker would like to approach the podium, and you'll have 3 minutes. If you could state your name, that'd be great.
Hello, Bryce again. Talking this time about what you guys were talking about at the top of this meeting, which is the land swap that's going on right now, or we're trying to get going right now. I'm sure you all know the details, but one of the issues that came up at the RDC meeting this Monday was the City Council's letter of, I believe, May 24, requesting that the property. I always call it across the street from Atlas, but the north property north of the convention center, that property not be sold for less than its value, than the price that they paid for it. Some of the RDC members were concerned that the land swap would go against that. But based on what I've heard today, at least a number of you are in favor of that land swap, while also being a signatory to that letter asking for the money to be recouped. And so, I'm asking that if not in this setting here, that your position on the land swap specifically be made clear. I mean, if you want to put it in writing in like a little resolution, that would also be cool. Is it like, we didn't want to impede any affordable housing development, please. Transfer the land. I think that would go a long way. Because, and this is also a time-sensitive thing, right? The leases for those tenants ends in July. And bureaucracy is bureaucracy. It'll take a lot to get things settled, to get things through. The best hope for the tenants to stay there is for the CIB, the board that currently owns that south property, to extend the leases. Now, the only reason that they would do that, and they don't want to be landlords, the only reason that they would do that is if there was some sort of guarantee from the RDC that property would then, the RDC wouldn't, that they would do something with it. And the tenants and other organizers are putting together a proposal, and there'll be emails going to all of you soon about a presentation of that proposal and an event that'll try and enroll you in the community in ensuring that Seminary Point property remains affordable. So I think that the more you can say today in favor of that, and saying that you are willing to offload it from the RDC's hands onto either a nonprofit entity or a community land trust or a cooperative or what have you, that would give the RDC good reason to go ahead with this transfer, and would also give the CIB good reason to extend the leases. All of those things are necessary for these people to stay in affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any speaker on Zoom? Okay, great. We'll take the next person in chambers, and then we'll go to the speaker on Zoom. You'll have 3 minutes. If you could state your name for the record, that'd be great.
Thank you. This is Seaforth again. I'd like to extend appreciation for many of the council members who expressed a desire to keep the jail in or as close to the Bloomington city limits as possible, rather than to North Park. If I'm remembering correctly, there was a statement recently.
I hate to interrupt you. This is on the agenda, so you will have the opportunity to speak about this later.
Absolutely, gotcha.
Thank you very
My
much.
apologies. Sorry, I had another thing I was going to mention, but now I can't remember it.
Well, thank you. Next speaker. Oh, I'm sorry, on Zoom. If you could unmute yourself, you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Sam Goodman. I live in Bloomington and have worked in the field of cybersecurity for about 8 years now. There's a lot of good discussion we had around data and trust, and I want to just make a few points, give a few examples to make that a little bit more clear. When you're trusting a third party that has control over the computers in which the data is stored, you have to trust, at the end of the day, you have to trust them to guard that data properly. And there are a number of ways that that can fail. The simplest is they break the law. They decide to share the data that they said they weren't going to. Or there could be an insider that has access to the system either digitally or physically that can get access to that data. It could be completely incidental if there's a security vulnerability. And there are plenty of vendors with a bad record of really simple vulnerabilities, some of which were mentioned today. Or they could be compelled either by a legal order or by law or by a national security letter to give over that data. And so when we're thinking about where we're storing data, I think that having, I'm blanking on the word for it, but having the physical control of that is very important. And it's kind of just got me thinking, what other places there are lots of sensitive data that we should be considering that in, not just the flock and LPR that was mentioned earlier. And since I didn't get to comment on that when I had my hand raised, I'll just say I'm in favor of no more mass surveillance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker in chambers.
Hello, my name is Zach Muller. I've lived in Bloomington for 20 years now, I think. I'm here to ask the council and the city's government to help me use the property that I've recently purchased less freely. My beloved and I recently purchased the house that's on the northeast corner of the intersection of Morningside Drive and Smith Road. This is the intersection where 6 months ago, a child was struck while on their bicycle and had to have their jaw wired shut while they were riding their bike because a distracted driver didn't think that stopping was something they had to do. I came here to the Transportation Committee meeting almost a month ago, and I got to hear a lot of young people who got up and were doing the scary thing of talking to people behind the dais there about their experience with being Girl Scouts and having to go visit a friend in the hospital and how scary it was for them. And I heard a lot of input from members of the city's workforce and our colleagues who've given their time to the Transportation Committee, talking about how we need to do something and maybe we could roll the roll that intersection and gathering some data into a report that's already been done, I think, on South College Mall Road. And that's great. I love data. But I also know that it's been 6 months and there's a child that is still dealing with the trauma of being struck on their bike. And there's also plenty of things that I'm sure can be done if our city government wants to act in an agile way to, even while we gather that data, make life a little bit safer. And I agree with Councilperson Rosenbarger. It's little five. We want people to be doing bicycle stuff, and we really want our whole community to be like safe here while they're on their bikes, or pedestrians, not just on campus going to and from Armstrong Stadium. And that's one thing that I believe that even though I don't ride my bike very much, somebody should be able to. And I sat here and I don't love mass surveillance, but I have a camera that looks down so I can figure out where people are or not stealing my packages, that looks at my driveway. And I can't see the license plates, but I can see when people roll through a stop on my camera if I pull it up. And I only have a half a minute left. But I sat here and I counted 6 people at 6:30 on a Monday that decided to roll through a stop sign. And so please help me use my property less safely, even if it's putting in traffic stuff that only means I can only back out of my driveway one way. Please help. There are Girl Scouts being struck on bicycles. Come on.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, if you would approach the podium, you'll have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to thank you for letting me have another chance at coming up. I wanted to express support for the land swap. I've also come to meetings here about sort of zoning and about Hopewell, about the prospect of affordable and attainable housing in this community. And the fact that, I have coworkers who have been pushed out of Bloomington and now live in other communities, not in Monroe County, further afield, because it's just more affordable for them, which takes away their tax money, takes away the, money they could have spent at local businesses, things like that. And so I think that providing and, more important in even the short term, but just maintaining our stock of super affordable housing is just essential, right? Like, it's a great location. If it's possible for us to make that swap happen, I can only see, upsides, and it feels like the sort of thing that could also, be a good feather in the cap for like Mayor Thompson, right? In terms of she's under a lot of fire right now, and I don't know if she's here in the upper gallery or behind me, but if she's looking for a good opportunity to win some points, that maybe she could put her weight behind that as well. But yeah, I'm glad to hear that there seems to be support among the council for maintaining the Summit or Seminary Point housing. I'm really glad to hear that Isabel, that you've been going to all these different meetings and sort of like conferences to get information on different ways that we could approach and tackle this. But one of the things that came up in the Monroe County Council meeting that I went to recently was, somebody brought up the fact that our super affordable category is super pinched in Bloomington. And you can feel it, right? The way in which, Hopewell is going to provide a lot of good potential housing stock, which will be more affordable. But for any of the folks living at, Seminary Point, or folks like them who are currently priced out of the community, we are desperately missing that stock. So I hope that we can preserve it. I thank y'all for everything you're doing to try and make that happen. And I surrender my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker in chambers, you'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name for the record.
Thank you, Madam President. This is Chris Rimsey from the Greater Bloomington Chamber of Commerce. I want to thank everybody who went to Let Connect last night at the Waldron Center. I want to thank Constellation Stage and Screen for hosting us. Fabulous venue, fabulous event. I want to quickly invite you and the public here on an exciting event we're here to launch, the Chamber, Wednesday, May 6th from 5:30 to 7:30 at the International Art Project Foundation. We'll be kicking off Bloomington Rainbow Leadership Network, an initiative of the Chamber focused on connecting LGBTQAI professionals, business owners, and allies across Monroe County. As the Chamber's been with us in the community for over 110 years, we take the responsibility to evolve with the needs of our workforce and our business community seriously. And this effort reflects that, the strengthening of connections, expanding economic opportunity in a way that's welcoming and inclusive. We'll hear some brief remarks, time to connect, of course, food, drink, as only the Chamber can bring you. We'll be glad to see members of this body and the public there before your regular session on Wednesday the 6th. The other thing I wanted to offer in my final time is the equity issue on homeownership that was brought up, and I've had multiple conversations with residents here in the community and the business community as well. I'm hearing consistent feedback that conversation has been a little, I think the word is incomplete, sort of framed the difference between purchase price and the sale price. The lived reality is much broader than that. Real ownership costs, some risks, property taxes that rise with value, increasingly volatile insurance costs, ongoing maintenance and upkeep, major capital investments, roof, HVAC, plumbing. So when you factor those in, the picture changes. Say you buy a house in Sunny Slope neighborhood for $118,000 in 2012. This may or may not be my residence. And let's say next month I sell that property for $240,000. On paper, you're going, wow, that's double? But after you do the inflation, the interest I paid, the maintenance, the selling costs, the realtor fees, all of that, it's a little bit more modest. Those major upgrades and all those things shrink that investment significantly. My real return investment over that time is 12 to 15%. So that's 14 years. That's about 1% a year. That's a good investment. I don't want to diminish home ownership. It's been great. But you know, we continue to have these discussions around equity and affordability. We need to encourage a more complex view of home ownership where we haven't really had that. So because our goal is long-term financial success of our residents, the full cost structure matters, just not the entry point. Thank you for your time tonight. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. And we have one more member, public comment. Please approach the podium, state your name, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, Joshua Stockton. One thing I noticed this past week, I like to visit the Monroe County Public Library, but I've been accessing the Indiana Room, which is an amazing resource for government documents, state, federal, and local. One thing I noticed this week is that there is no UDO document in that building. There's everything else. There's the CBU reports, there's hand department, planning and transportation, but there's no UDO. So there's no physical way to actually access it unless you go online. However, I did ask the librarian there why, and essentially the answer I received was that it changes so often that we can't keep track. And what's available online is not necessarily up to date in real time. And so coordinating that and then accessing it has been made impossible if you don't have a computer. I guess you can do that at the library, but for some people, I would like to sit down and just be able to read it and look through it. So I guess my question is there a way that we can coordinate that with the Monroe County Public Library to get that in there? Because that is a very important document. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was enlightening. And if there is nobody else who is interested in public comment, speak now or forever hold your peace until general public comment at the end of this meeting. Is there anybody on Zoom? Great. In that case, that concludes reports for the evening. And now we'll move on to appointments to boards and commissions. Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Yes, on behalf of Interview Committee C, I would like to move appointment of Raynard Cross to seat C2 of the Historic Preservation Commission and appointment of Rebecca Payne to seat C3 of the Commission on Sustainability and Resilience.
Second.
Okay, great. There's been a motion and a second. Will the clerk please call the roll? Or any questions or comments first? My apologies. Great. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Stossberg? Yes. Piedmont Smith?
Yes.
Zulik?
Yes.
Sorry. Asari?
Yes.
Daly?
Yes.
Rallo?
Yes.
Ruff?
Yes.
Rosenbarger? Not in the room. Flaherty? Not in the room.
Yeah.
Okay. Vote through.
Great, thank you. With a vote of 8-0, that passes. And now we are moving on to legislation for second reading and resolutions. And I will be passing the gavel to Councilmember Rallo because Councilmember Daly and I are co-sponsoring this resolution.
I move that resolution 2026-07 be read by title and synopsis only.
Second.
All in favor? We have, I guess we need to call roll. Will the clerk please call the roll on the introduction of resolution 2026-07?
Yes, just for clarification, who made the motion in second? I wasn't. Thank you very much. Councilmember Piedmont Smith?
Yes.
Zulik?
Yes.
Asari?
Yes.
Daly?
Yes.
Rallo?
Yes.
Ruff?
Yes.
Flaherty?
Yes.
Stossberg?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, I can get started.
Do we need it to be?
The clerk needs to read.
Yes.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Will the clerk please read?
Resolution 2026-07, a resolution in support of county council counterparts' efforts to keep the county's criminal justice buildings within city limits and close proximity to social services. The synopsis is as follows. This resolution, 2026-07, authored by Councilmembers Sidney Zulik and Courtney Daly, supports the Monroe County Council's decision not to fund acquisition of the North Park site for a new criminal justice center and reaffirms the Bloomington Common Council's position that such facility should remain within city limits and near social services. This resolution expresses concern about access impacts on low-income residents if relocated outside of the city and commits to working with county officials to support an expedited permitting process for a justice center located within city limits.
Thank you. I move that 2026-07 be adopted.
Second.
Okay, thank you.
I actually have a point of order.
Please.
I think the synopsis that the clerk read was actually the old synopsis and not the revised, ever so slightly revised synopsis that went with the slightly revised text. Is that possible?
It is, and if you'll give me just a moment, I'll pull it up. I'm sorry.
You don't have to read it again. I think it just said.
Just note it.
It added me as a co-sponsor, and it said expedited permitting and zoning for the parcel.
Thank you for that, and my apologies.
Councilmember Zulik?
Great, thank you. So just very quickly, this is in response to the county who will be building or potentially renovating, but it is looking like they are going down the path of building a new jail. So for those of you who may not know, the county has been under a settlement agreement with the ACLU pertaining to unconstitutional conditions in the jail since 2009. And just recently, the Monroe County Council members failed a resolution to fund the purchase of a property outside of city limits, a property called North Park, a property which does not have access to public transportation or close proximity to many social services. And so I believe those are some of the reasons that County Council decided to fail this property. And this resolution, it's very short, so I'm just going to read the two sections. Be it resolved by the Common Council of the City of Bloomington, Monroe County, Indiana, that, Section 1, the Common Council stands with its county council colleagues and their decision not to fund the purchase of the property at North Park. Section 2, the Common Council will work with the County Council and the County Commissioners to support an expedited zoning and permitting process for the construction of a new jail within city limits and close proximity to social services. Sorry, I think I'm reading the wrong one too. No. Okay, fabulous. Never mind, I was right. And that is what I have. I think that when we talk about the criminal justice system, it is already so inaccessible to so many people, and I think it would be a real shame if the county were to build a build a jail that further took away access from people who need it. Thank you. Councilmember Daly, any other thoughts?
Thank you very much. I just wanted to expand on that a little bit more to explain our thinking and our feelings on this. I've heard it argued that at this point, because of the lawsuit, we have no choice but to accept the North Park location because we've run out of time. The lawsuit. I'm sorry, but frankly, that's absurd. I don't think we need to settle. Not only will doing that put us right back in a predicament where we're unhappy with the results and buyer's remorse will set in. And when residents can't get out to visit their family members in the jail, for example, because they don't have transportation, or when it's difficult to connect our inmates with the services they need because they're just too far away. And I am aware that one of the terrible difficulties with our current jail is the overcrowding there. I agree that we need adequate space. But this planned expansion is not a realistic need for our current incarceration needs. I'm deeply uncomfortable with creating vastly more space than we currently need because, hey, that's got to be filled one way or another, so it will. I would much rather see us invest in preventative services to keep our residents out of jail in the first place. Mental health support, addiction recovery programs, even financial classes would be a much better use of these funds, especially when we are facing perilous and unstable fiscal times ahead for the city and the county. I think we need to be wise and make some wise choices with our spending here, and preventative is the best way. I would much prefer to see the county and the city work together to establish a new location by revisiting the Thompson site or the Fullerton sites with expedited permitting in process. If we work together, we can create a right-sized jail that will serve the needs best for our community. And I believe that the North Park location will not do that. Thank you.
Apologies, I have more to add, I forgot. I would like to say, if I'm asked personally, I would be completely in favor of the Thompson property out of the several choices that we have or the county has in front of them. But I also encourage us to think outside of the box because it's entirely possible that the solution that is the best for our community has not even been discussed yet. The other point that I want to make is when we look toward the future of criminal justice in our community, our goal should never be to maximize space. The space will be filled if it is created. How will we invest in resources that reduce crimes instead of building bigger spaces to confine those that commit them? That is how I ask all of us to question as we move forward, and I look forward to any discussion that we might have as a body. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Piedmont-Smith, do you have anything to add?
Well, I appreciate my colleagues for bringing this forward. I kind of jumped on as a co-sponsor recently, but I wanted to just draw a through line here to our letter from October 22nd, 2025, that that unanimously was approved by council members that asked county officials to not continue with the purchase of the North Park site for a new jail and criminal justice center. So this is kind of reiterating that in a more formal way as a resolution. And I agree with my colleagues that this site is inappropriate for many reasons. One is the size that has been proposed of the jail to be put on this site. If there are vacant beds, you know ICE is going to come and knock on our door and say, we've got some people to store. And I also agree with my two co-sponsors that, this is not the best use of taxpayer money. There is a property that is already belongs to the county that was purchased for a juvenile justice center, and that's the Thompson site. And even if it would require some change in utility lines, I think it would still come to less money than what it would cost at North Park. And that is in my council district, so I speak as somebody who would have that pretty near my house. I think that, and everybody, thinks that a jail is not a good neighbor, but we have a jail a block away from here, and people pass it every day and don't even realize it. So, and finally, I want to underline a point that was already made, but it bears repeating, that, we need to invest in prevention. And this $11.375 million purchase of North Park is money that is then not available for prevention. And that's just a misuse of public funds. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now go to questions from council for the sponsors. Councilmember Strasburg.
Thank you. Can you just clarify for me the differences between the resolution that we've officially introduced that was in the addendum versus the one that was in the packet? Was it just the Councilmember Piedmont-Smith mentioned in the introduction that the
Synopsis was changed to add her as a co-sponsor, and then the expedited zoning was mentioned in section 2. Were there any other changes?
Yes. There were some changes to clarify that the first whereas clause, that the county government has been under a settlement agreement. That I think the previous one just said there had been a threat of legal action since 2009, but there's actually been the settlement agreement. Trying to remember now. The price tag was mistakenly left off of the fourth whereas clause, so we put that in there. Oh, thank you. Right, and no guarantee. We changed the wording about the transportation not being accessible at North Park. So, I mean, maybe in the future there'll be public transportation. Maybe the county will make some other arrangement, but there's no guarantee of public transportation access out there. And then just to clarify that either a jail or justice center at North Park, one or both, would disproportionately impact low-income residents.
Would disproportionately impact what?
Impact low-income residents.
Okay.
And then adding zoning as well as permitting as the things that we would seek to expedite for an in-town option.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, further questions from council for the sponsors? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to the public. If the public would like to have a comment on Resolution 202607, please step up to the microphone. Please state your name. There probably is a sign-up sheet, I believe, there, if you would be so kind as to do that. And do you have something to... Thank you, and you have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Seth Muchler, Bloomington resident. Grateful to the council for this resolution, some of which I've actually pre-written has already been addressed by council members, which I'm very appreciative. As you work with the county, I would ask you to consider being open to renovation of the existing facility. I know many elected officials have said this is not an option, but please allow me to explain why I and many others feel it's worth considering. So the main arguments I've heard against renovation are prohibitive cost, inability to increase bed count within the existing building, and a lack of programming space within the existing facility. So looking at cost first, let me remind you that the new construction cost we were given was the $225 million cost of the original North Park facility. I've given you 2 renovation estimates from jail experts. The first is from RQAW. They estimated renovation at $62 million, with the estimated cost of relocating inmates and services during the 2-year renovation at about $16 million, so a total of about $80 million. That same report stated that the construction of just a jail and sheriff's office would be nearly $100 million, not including land purchase, which is I know what we're talking about tonight, or construction of courts, as is the current plan if at North Park. Renovation is just simply cheaper than new construction. And the other estimate is from the Ken Ray study, which admittedly is from 2019, but estimates renovation at a staggeringly low range between $22 and $56 million. So looking to bed count, our current facility has 294 beds. The claim is right that we need the much larger facility with upwards of 500 beds or more. So since 2020, we have not exceeded 233 average daily population. And in 2023, we actually were under 200, 199 inmates on average per day. Can you imagine, right, if we were to invest, instead of dumping money into a new jail, we invested in services, treatment, prevention? Like, how low could we get those numbers? We don't need more beds. We need to do the work to incarcerate fewer people. And finally, access to services, the other big, in the jail, the other big thing. Services belong in the community, not in jail. When we intertwine mental health and substance use services and incarceration, we intertwine those mental health and substance use services and we intertwine mental health and substance use and criminality. The 2024 jail annual report states that, quote, the Monroe County Correctional Center is the largest mental health facility in Monroe and surrounding counties. That is a shameful statement and something we need to fix, not double down on. And we know that treatment and services in the community are far more effective than in a carceral setting. Even if we decided we needed some treatment in the jail for the people who sort of must be there, if we implement the types of changes we're talking about to reduce capacity, we could even take cell blocks and convert them into programming spaces. If we cut incarceration in half, clears up a lot of square footage. So hopefully you see now why renovation is a viable option. There's no guarantee it's the option, but I would ask that as you work with the county that you put it into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment and the materials you offered. Next speaker, please state your name and please sign in.
Thank you.
You have 3 minutes.
Yes, my name is Jeff Richardson. I just want to acknowledge that this situation underscores failed leadership. This has been going on for over 16 years. And it's not only a failure at the county level, but it really speaks to, I think, city-county cooperation. We need to find a way that we can talk to each other more effectively, not just at meetings, but in between meetings. And I think to characterize this as anything other than failed leadership is a mistake. I don't have a position on Thompson versus Fullerton versus North Park. So I will say I have a very close friend who lives, I should say, in the Thompson area. And she's part of the Habitat for Humanity neighborhood that's ever growing. As you know, eventually there'll be 64 houses there. A lot of the folks there are not enthused about the jail. They may be wrong about their thinking. They may need to be educated. But it's not fair to say that low-income people will embrace this facility because low-income people have a need to get to the jail when appropriate. So I think that's important. I'm also very distressed about how this is being framed, that somehow, not by this council, but by some, that somehow the ACLU is the enemy. Somehow they've been rushing us. In fact, one prominent official said, and suddenly the ACLU asked us to do X. And I said, suddenly, after 16 years, you're using the word suddenly? It's really inappropriate, and it's a shame to frame the ACLU that is doing so much good work nationally as well as statewide as somehow the oppressor in this particular context. And speaking of enemies, I'm reminded of the old pogo. This is for old people. I've been around for a long time. But the old pogo cartoon that says, we've met the enemy, and the enemy is us. And I feel sometimes we have to step back and have a bit of introspection, self-reflection, and say not only what is the desired outcome, but how could maybe we could have done something a little differently along this way. I know, Isabel, you tried to work with the county on this issue for years, and I'm not blaming anyone, but I am suggesting that this is an opportunity for us to step back and say, can we lower the temperature? Can we stop the finger pointing? In fact, we had more time, the county commissioners screaming at Marte, the sheriff, than we did dealing with this problem. Please find a way that we can work together for the betterment of our community and to show people in model good behavior how we can work together and get things done. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Please.
Nobody online? We have one
Oh,
online.
do we? Yes, let's go on to Zoom. Thank you.
Friends, colleagues, and members of our community, this isn't a matter of one county body manufacturing pressure against another. It's a matter of local government collaborating to confront a dead jail.
Could you please state your name before you continue?
Yes.
Could you please state your name and then please continue?
My name is Commissioner Jody Madeira.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. At this point, this resolution is rearranging deck chair. Let's speak plainly. 17 years after a lawsuit, it's too late to complain that you're being rushed into litigation. I was elected in January 2025. On the county level, no one's taking any responsibility for the 17-year delay. Everyone involved could have done things differently, but there's been an entire lack of introspection from those involved at that time. Well, now someone has to take responsibility. We're in a difficult situation, most of it self-inflicted. And right now, there are serious human rights violations that outweigh premature concerns about implementation in infrastructure. Although it's framed as support for keeping the jail within city limits, this resolution's practical effect is to urge the county to reject the one site ready to move forward. The city's memo implies we're dealing with legalese and states that a lawsuit, though intimidating, isn't the end of this conversation. This isn't caution or compromise. It's not simply a symbolic expression of preference about geography or social equity. This is an invitation to continue down a path that sends the county off a cliff into a lawsuit it can't defend. And that's the part that the public deserves to hear clearly. You are pushing us through the courtroom doors. So let's talk about the lawsuit. If the settlement agreement is dismissed, our constitutional duty doesn't disappear. It just gets harder and more urgent. We had some leeway under the settlement agreement. Without it, we'll have to run a constitutional jail. So in 2021, the jail transition team produced some cost estimates. There's a cost to remediate the current facility while awaiting a new jail for items not requiring more space. That's between 3 and 11 million. We have to constitutionally classify prisoners for which there's no space. That necessitates sending entire groups like all women in the jail to other county jails away from their families and communities and children at a cost of $75 per day per prisoner. That's a very high human cost. And the transition team suggests 50 inmates as a starting point. That's 1.36 million. We need another van for transport, 105,000, and 6 new jailers for 500,000 a year. This isn't reform, it's failure. Then come legal fees, monitoring fees, compliance costs, and we still end up at North Park. Litigation isn't a symbolic act of resistance, it's a cash burn. I understand the concerns about North Park and the argument that services are concentrated closer to the city center. I understand the concern about transportation. These are real issues, but they're solvable. This issue destroys the public image of Monroe County and Bloomington, a democratic community publicly divided. That's not the image of effective local government, and it's not the message we should be sending to the rest of Indiana. It makes it look, frankly, like Democrats can't govern. So please, in conclusion, don't pass a resolution that deepens division between local governments at the very moment unity is most needed. No amount of rhetoric about principle changes the fact that this resolution points the county down a dark, chaotic, and dangerous road.
Thank you, Commissioner Madeira. I allowed the commissioner to continue because I interrupted her. Is there anyone else on Zoom at this point? One other. Let's go to the chambers, and then we'll go back to Zoom in a moment. Make sure you sign. You probably already signed in, but
Yes, I did earlier.
Very good. Thanks.
Hello. For the final time this evening, my name is Seaforth, and I wish to express support for this resolution. You know, a couple of years ago, I actually walked to the North Park location. I'd become interested in it and decided to just see what the experience would be like walking out there and then walking back, you know, along the current sidewalks and infrastructure that is there. And it was a rather inhospitable set of trek to do to the nearest bus stop, right? It is far from services. It is removed from our community. I think it does create a situation in which folks could be released late in the evening, as many folks are from jails, or, you know, at odd hours, and then they're having to figure out how to get back into Bloomington. How do they get the transportation? If we don't co-locate the jail with the courts and the sheriff, then you also introduce, you know, the cost factor of busing those people around, which, you know, could be quite an expensive thing over years for every single inmate. So, you know, we were talking about the costs there just a moment ago of, you know, renovation versus locating at Thompson. I think that anything that puts it within the city, right-sized for the needs of our community, and not putting us in a position where we're just asking to fill it with more beds is the direction we need to take. You know, I think it was Piano Montsmith who mentioned the you know, if the beds are there and we start seeing the federal government swing its weight around in the same way that they have in Minnesota, that is an invitation to just throw people into that jail. And there's also the question of like protesters on campus, right? Like I might be misremembering this, so I do apologize. But I seem to recall that many of the folks who were, dragged away during the encampment were taken to our jail. And, it feels like that's just opening up a whole can of worms for having all of those extra beds that are just available to either be filled passively by the desire to make use of what is there, or filled in moments of, the times we find ourselves in, frankly. Thank you for your time. I hope that we make the right fiscal choice for our community, because I do think at the end of the day, there is also that just base element. The price tag difference is just astronomical. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Let's go to Zoom. Our next Zoom participant, if you would please state your name. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Julie Thomas, Monroe County Commissioner, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. We're grateful and lucky that Mr. Falk of the ACLU Indiana agreed to extend the private settlement agreement on their lawsuits against the Board of Commissioners and the Sheriff until the end of May. And by the way, we have a great relationship with the Sheriff. If the private settlement agreement lapses at the end of May without meeting our obligations, the site selected, funding identified, then we can be sued. It's not a suggestion, it is a real threat. A federal judge can order any number of remedies, but let's be clear, this is a burden borne by all Monroe County taxpayers, whether they live in the city or not. It is not a risk or a cost that the commissioners are willing to accept when a good solution exists. Our bond counsel has advised us to complete the bond process by July 2026, and a specific site has to be selected before that bond can be initiated. North Park is shovel ready. With a purchase agreement and a bond, we can break ground early next year, and the facility can be operational early 2030. We have done our due diligence investigating properties across the county. A few years ago, we brought a petition before the City Plan Commission and City Council to build the Justice Center on Fullerton Pike. Both bodies rejected the petition. We spent nearly a year on that process. We stated at that time that if Fullerton Pike was rejected by the city, the county would look outside city limits for this facility. Thompson is in the city, yes, and the county owns it, but there are issues with the property. The City Plan Commission and City Council must approve a change to the planned unit development. We cannot proceed without that approval. It is a necessary public process that we respect, and it cannot be shortened nor avoided. That fact alone makes any project on Thompson impossible to complete, either by Falk's deadline of May, the end of May of 2026, or the Bond Council's deadline of July of 2026. In addition, there are other issues with the Thompson property that need to be resolved before we can move forward. Karst features need to be studied and possibly remediated. We have to remove a large amount of dirt. There's relocation of high voltage power lines that Duke says will take at least 1.5 years to complete, and a road needs to be completed from the Summit development. Even if everything went well, we would be years away from breaking ground on Thompson, and at a significant cost. Mr. Falk and the ACLU are focused on the jail, not a full justice center. We intend to get the jail built as soon as possible. That includes the jail, jail administrative offices, sheriff's office, and a few criminal courts. Once we are able to, we intend to build the remainder of the Justice Center. Co-location reduces security risks and overall costs in the long term. Yes, transit will be managed. As of 2029, county has to manage transit, so it will be dealt with. If you truly care about creating a jail facility as soon as possible that can provide constitutional care for people housed there, and if you understand the potential risks and costs of a lawsuit are enormous and will impact every resident in Monroe County, I ask you to vote no or continue this motion indefinitely. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Commissioner
Thank you.
Thomas.
Also, somebody left their phone up here.
Welcome, Councilmember Crossley.
Yes, thank you so much, Jennifer Crossley. Trying to lower it as much as I can. Here, Monroe County Council President. I just want to thank all of you all and the co-sponsors for even entertaining this. Resolution writing, whether it's city, county, shouldn't be like a resolution sport, and it's kind of weird that we have to do something like this, but yet here we are. The other thing that I wanted to say is to Councilmember Piedmont Smith, I should say, let me back up before I make the comment. I'm not new to this, I'm true to this. I've been on county government since December of 21, and this is the same conversation before stepping into my role that we have been having and we continue to have. Councilmember Piedmont Smith was the city representative to one of the many acronym meetings that the county used to have, which is the CJRC. You all repeatedly asked, how can we help? How can we do this? And yet, like a thief in the night, those meetings kind of went away with no explanation. And so, yes, I understand that we are at a movement right now. Other people should also have to answer, since they've been in their spots for as long as they have, not me, why that this has continued to manifest year after year after year after year. In 2009, I actually had one child. In 2026, that said child just turned 19, who is actually able to vote. And there's 2 more people, so let that sit in. But at the end of the day, the question that I have for you all is, has anybody talked to you all about we keep talking about the cost. Has anybody talked about the cost to you of what it would take for public transit? I would think that that's something that we, the county, would have to talk to you in city. Probably, I think the answer to that would be no. But I think we need to have the conversation with you. We should be out of this mindset of approve it now, ask questions later. And that's kind of what we feel here on the county council. I am a big girl, literally and figuratively, so I can do all the hard things, and I am very much wanting to continue to collaborate with you. Just like what was mentioned earlier today, we can lower the temperature as well, but we have to have a common ground, and you all need to be included in that. Because I could tell you one thing, if we continue to go to North Park, everybody in here could be looking into more taxing, because that is what is going to happen, because that's how we're going to have to pay for that. The only other thing that I will say is, as I end, and I only got a few seconds left, I would ask, because it keeps being said that Quinn Falk is telling us no. We keep hearing that you all will have a 9 to 12-month process on that. Has anybody talked to you all? Probably the answer is no. I think we need to do that. As I finish up here, we continue to protest no kings in our community and no kings. I say we have no queens in this conversation, and with that, we continue to work together. So with that, I yield what's left of my time, and I thank you.
Thank you, Council President Crossley. Let's go back to Zoom. Are there no participants on Zoom? Please step forward and be sure to sign in, state your name, and you'll have 3
Paul
minutes.
Russo. I have a very good friend in another state whose son was convicted in the last year of a 6 to 12-month sentence in the county jail in another state. He's devastated, and his mental health is really awful now. So I understand what the previous speaker said about the carceral setting is one of the worst of all for mental health services, because just being there puts you 2 or 3 steps down the ladder. The thing that's keeping him sane is visits from his family. And I think that the North Park site strikes me as about the worst case for making it difficult for the kind of visits that one needs when you're in prison. I support the resolution wholeheartedly for all the reasons that are in it. I think it's very well written, and I thank you very much for writing it.
Thank you, Mr. Rousseau. Please state your name, and I think you're signed in already. Yes.
Hi, my name is Zach Muller. Just wanted to say that I really hadn't planned on talking about this, but I just feel like, I'm not an elected official. I'm not a lawyer. I've lived in the county for some time. I actually think I've lived in the county longer than anybody who's currently on county council or the county commissioners grouping. Maybe not. We've had so long as a community, right? Because the county and the city, I understand I'm talking before you, our city representatives. Well, I've heard, from some of our elected officials from the county. I get that we might run into a lawsuit. We've known about this for how long? How all of a sudden is this the problem? I reject patently that, oh no, now, whoa, well, I got you, it's all good. I reject now that the asteroid is coming directly from Monroe County and it's been like shot from space by the ACLU at us, and a federal judge is gonna be like, Monroe County's gonna get it because they wanna get their jail situation right finally. Like, I understand that maybe we have been talking in circles for years and we need some kind of fix that works. I appreciate the other member of the community who prepared materials and provided them to you, and I hope they're helpful. And I hope that that can help kind of foster a dialogue with our friends at the county. If it is cheaper to renovate the jail we have and have services centrally located, then the county can look at that as savings. This is like when I go to buy something and I buy it on sale, I look at that as a savings because I didn't have to pay that extra money because I already, if I fix something, I don't have to buy a new one. Come on, man, I just don't see why this is so, yeah, we're all gonna have to pay more taxes. We already have to pay taxes. Let's do something where people want the outcome. I don't know many people who are like, ooh, yeah, let's build a new jail if we can fix the one we have and it serves all the purposes we can. Maybe I'm wrong, but then again, I'm not running for office, so. Thank you for introducing this legislation, or this resolution, council people. I really appreciate it, and there's 15 seconds for you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Please state your name, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Haley Tokes, and I just want to thank council for putting this resolution forward. I strongly support it. For all the reasons mentioned, we don't need more beds, we need more services. And I understand that we're under the gun here, but that doesn't make North Park a good decision. It's a very bad decision. It's fiscally irresponsible. It's going to make people's lives worse. There's not a good reason to rush into it. And I just think that Seth made so many fantastic points about why renovation is a really viable option that we should be taking very seriously. If we're in a rush, why not go with the building we already have? Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Anyone else in the chambers? Okay, anyone else on Zoom? In that case, we're back to council for any further questions. Councilmember Zulik.
Thank you. Well, I heard one of the county commissioners make a comment about how this wouldn't be very fiscally responsible and that we have to answer to our taxpayers. Well, this is a project that at the North Park property would cost every taxpayer in this county $5,000. Now, I don't know about you, but $5,000 would cover over 5 months of my rent, probably a full year of utilities. Like, $5,000 is nothing to sneeze at for anyone who has ever worried about money. I would much rather, I'm happy to pay my taxes, but I would much rather those resources be going towards prevention services and keeping people out of jail and in their own homes with their families. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Yes, Councilmember Asari. Council President Asari. Do you have a question or a comment?
A question, if it's possible.
Yes.
Will you allow it? And I don't know, is Director Hiddle in the room by chance?
Yes, he is.
Would you allow me to ask a question of him? If you would allow to receive it. It's not of that complex of a question.
He is accommodating. He's stepping to the microphone now, so he's willing.
I can't see him, so thank you. I'm interested in this. I mean, this calls for the council approving a expedited permitting and land use process for whatever property, I guess, and it says in the broadest sense, as long as it fits the category of being in town. And I'm trying to understand first what does that actually mean, like in practice? Because obviously I've long advocated for us just generally having expedited processes for things, but can you maybe give me some thought about the viability of an expedited process, and if so, sort of what it means?
Well, I think as you probably know, we're nearing the end of an audit of our permitting processes, which in a very general sense is going to result in a much more expedited, much more efficient process. But that will apply to anything that comes through as far as an application for land use or development. I'm not sure if there's specific language associated with this resolution that defines what an expedited process would be, or if it's just a pat on the back to encourage something along those lines. So no, I'm not aware of anything specifically tied with this resolution that would give us more guidance on that.
Say we wanted to act in some way, in a limited way about the jail transaction or swapping of properties or building out of Thompson property or something like that. Is there a way, is there a mechanism available to us as a city, specifically available to us as council or to your office, where we can actually commit to the statement that we're making in this resolution?
Well, the statement doesn't have any specificity at all, so I'm not even sure. We could certainly commit to doing our best to expedite a permit process. I think there's probably the capability, or I'm sure there's the capability in the department to do that. If there were an emergency situation or something along those lines, we could certainly focus our attention, commit our resources to getting this particular thing done. But the language, as I see it, doesn't provide us anything more than that.
I'm also happy to clarify.
Thank you.
Council members who look, yes.
Thank you. So when I was originally writing this, one of the things that I had discussed with my Monroe County Council colleagues was that there is this argument being brought up against the Thompson property, saying that the process for city planning would take too long. And so one of the reasons that I included that phrasing in the resolution is to basically just to communicate a spirit of collaboration, and that we want to work on this with county. And so there wasn't meant to be anything binding, but I more meant from the body as a whole to support, moving this through with haste. Yes.
Councilmember Azari, do you have anything else?
Yeah, thank you so much, Councilmember Zulik. And I think that I don't question the I think the moral stance. I think it's exactly right, and I support that wholeheartedly. I think the question, though, here, given the exact context where the ACLU is looking for a clear signal, if this is more than just, well, we generally stand with you. I mean, if we're just standing with you, but we can't follow through with the way that we're standing with them, don't we think that this language needs to be very specific? About how we would accomplish it, moving faster, what type of timelines can be committed to, et cetera. So interested sort of in thoughts there, because otherwise, my concern otherwise, sorry, I'm turning this into a comment, but my concern otherwise is that, we make a stance that, otherwise means nothing, I think if people were watching, the way that the city and us as a council has moved on things around, housing developments, et cetera. I don't know what confidence I would have in that statement, without specifics.
Great. Unfortunately, like the timing, we had one council meeting prior to an opportunity to speak on this, and so I prioritized a resolution that would get the majority of support from council members, especially given that we have 6 things on the agenda tonight. I was prioritizing just the city reiterating its stance, supporting our county council colleagues. That's what I have.
Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Yeah, as a co-sponsor, I would just say we don't know what the county would ask of us as far as planning or permitting. I mean, we don't know exactly the details of that, so it would be hard for us to say exactly what we would do to expedite it. I think the best we can do at this point in time is to say that we would do our best to, work with the county to get, if they were to select land within the city limits, to get the approvals that would be needed. I think that's as specific as we could be at this point.
Councilmember Strasburg.
I have a question, and I'm not sure that anybody can necessarily answer this, and I'm trying to do research on the fly about it. But I feel like the understanding that I just got online during the public comment from the county commissioners was that the Thompson site is in part not shovel-ready because it's not zoned properly for a jail, but I think it actually is. And I guess I don't want to turn this into a comment at this point, but can anybody actually answer the question publicly right now about whether, because it is part of a PUD and it was, I'm trying to read an amended PUD from 2002 right now while I'm actually listening to other things that are happening. But it seems to say that jails are added as a conditional use to be reviewed by the Board of Zoning Appeals. And so the argument of, oh, we can't get this done by May, we can't get this done by July might actually not happen. So I don't know if, 2002 was well before the time of our planning professionals in the room, so I don't know if anybody can answer that publicly or not. Sponsors or Director Hiddle, can you answer publicly whether a jail is currently allowed as an allowed use on the Thompson site on that PUD?
And that was primarily why I did not include locations.
Okay.
Because we honestly, City Council, we don't have enough research on the different properties in terms of viability for other properties. I think that's a conversation that we would need to have with the county, but this body's been accused of overstepping before, and so I primarily wanted to make this about, this is how it's going to impact city residents. This is our request, and leave it kind of open apart from that.
Director Hiddle, would you like to add anything?
Yeah, I think we would have to scour the PUD language to give you a full and concrete answer. It wouldn't take too long, but it would take longer than we have right now. We could probably give you the answer tomorrow as to whether or not current zoning would allow it and what would need to be done if it doesn't allow it.
Thank you. I actually also got a text from County Council President Jennifer Crosley that said, yes, it is currently zoned for jail. Thank you. Oh, I need to say that louder? I just got a text from Council President Jennifer Crosley saying it is currently zoned for a jail.
Great, thank you. Other questions? Councilmember Zari? You still have your hand?
Yeah, I'd be, if permitted, I'll make my comment, my response then if permitted, noting that Commissioner Thomas is still on the line, so if you all wanted to hear from them, they're still here. But I believe that Commissioner Thomas said that, that the issue was both a road that overlaps with the Summit PUD question, and that the thing was about rezoning, or not rezoning, but allowing the Justice Center also to be built there in addition to the jail itself. So I don't know if that is how I heard what was said, but she is still here if we wanted to ask.
Are you asking? Are you posing a question?
Yes, I am.
Then I will.
If Thomas wants to answer
if
it.
Commissioner Thomas would like to affirm that.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity to speak again. I will be
Excuse me,
quick.
there's been a point of order on the floor.
Yes. Yes.
I don't think this is directly relevant to the resolution, which does not mention the Thompson site.
Well, it doesn't mention the Thompson site, but it mentions, it's a site within the city, and it's probably one of only a couple that are possible. We have a council colleague who would like just a question answered about specifically what it would require. I think it's relevant. Commissioner Thomas, could you answer the question if you've heard it from Council President Asari on the road access, and and whether the Justice Center would be co-located?
Right. The plan is always to build a co-located Justice Center, but what's currently permitted is, yes, a jail facility is in the PUD. However, there's also a requirement to build a very long roadway through the PUD that we would not be able to do, and that city planning has said is not a big deal at this point because of Summit's development. And I believe we would have to get probably a height variance for the rest of the Justice Building, not for the jail. The jail's going to be one story, but for the remainder of that Justice Building, we would probably need to also include a height variance. So there are, and obviously we'd have to review the slopes because the state changed the law. We'd have to look at karst, and we'd have to do a tree canopy study. I forgot about that too. And those things we have to do no matter what, but the PUD does have to be changed in order to not require us to build a multi-tens of millions of dollar road that won't actually work.
Thank you for your response. Councilmember Asari, is that satisfactory? County Council President Jennifer Crossley has something to add.
Yeah, and I hope I'm not speaking out of turn when I say this, but a few years ago, we had been told with the Thompson site, as we were looking at the Thompson site, a few different things, and one was the roadway, because there's the Adams Street, and I believe there was Strong Road, that was something that was needed, or that we needed to do. And from my understanding and from conversations, that's something, once again, that we've heard from city staff is that we can actually work with you all to get that done. So again, the question is, are we wanting to work with you all? Or are we just really wanting to just say, it's okay, we just will go to North Park? Again, that's the thing here. And the other thing that I will say is, I thought I made a mention of this too when we were saying this, but the ACLU literally, and it's no surprise since there was the memo that council or county legal apparently put out to everybody, but the point of the matter is, literally we've heard from Mr. Falk himself that it doesn't matter if you pass a resolution or whatever the case is, they need some timeline because to me, it sounds like they have no faith in my city council colleagues and in the city staff. And so I would humbly recommend that if you are going to say this, instead of us hearing the hearsay of, well, it's just gonna take a 9-month, 12-month total process to figure out how we can really do that together. I don't know if that's whatever we can do to put words to paper, whatever the case is. That's me, Jennifer Crossley. That would be my humble ask because we just need something. I would think that if we want to keep this in city limits, that this is something that we want to have as a concrete, tangible thing that we can say, not only are we just talking about this, but this is the action and that is on the words that are on this paper.
Thank you. And thanks to my colleagues for allowing me, in the spirit of communication collaboration, as we've been talking about, to have our colleagues in the county be available to answer questions. So are there any further questions? Comments? Yes, let's go to comment now. Councilmember Daley.
Thank you very much. I want to first thank my co-sponsors on this for all the hard work that you've done and really appreciate your dedication. The fact of the matter is this North Park project is far, far too expensive for our community. The commissioners continued with North Park after the October unanimous rejection of that location by the county council. And that feels like being strong-armed into a location that nobody else wanted. We're saying that we want to work with the county, but as County Council President Crossley pointed out, we haven't been reached out to or consulted on those adjacent issues, such as transportation and so on and so forth. So this resolution tonight before us seeks to protect vulnerable members of our community. We hear a lot about how the current setting of the jailhouse is inhumane, and absolutely we need to fix that, 100%. An incarcerated person does not deserve to be treated inhumanely. And part of the effects of North Park would be potentially inhumane if their family can't get out to visit them, if they can't receive the services that they deserve. And so we're also seeking to protect the taxpayers of Bloomington from having to pay for this jail way out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comment? Councilmember Sussberg.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and comment on this. I wasn't necessarily planning to comment on this, but you know, this is my third year on council, and I get a little bit frustrated sometimes when things are brought up from prior to this body's being here, because we are a body of 9, and the majority of us were not here when the aforementioned change of zoning was denied. And I would really like to be able to move forward from this spot together. And I would have liked to have moved forward from this spot together, 2 or 3 years ago. But as has already been mentioned, we were not particularly consulted. And a lot of how I felt about it, as a new council member was, well, there's a lot of stuff on my plate that's, really on my plate in terms of this is what I need to make an actual decision about. I'm just going to kind of, stay a little bit removed from the county jail issue, because I don't get to choose that. But as it is dragged on and on and on, no one is choosing that. And the biggest choice that I think was made was the county council last year rejecting that North Park site. And I think that they rejected it for good reason, that it's far out there, it's not centrally located, it's not convenient on a number of fronts, and it would cost the taxpayers of this county a whole lot. And at this point in the financial picture, it's just not reasonable. And I can appreciate this idea that, but it's the only shovel-ready solution right now. Well, you know what? I think that it is possible for us to get together another solution that might include, as Council President Crossley mentioned, some written documentation related to timelines, related to, what exactly would be needed at the Thompson property or another property, that might make good sense in terms of where a jail might go. And I'm totally on board with doing that. I think that those roadblocks, or bumps in the road. I think there are probably bumps in the road when you're talking about zoning and when you're talking about changes like that. Those can be overcome. They can be overcome on timelines that are relatively predictable if, everybody can commit to getting the materials together that would be needed to present various bits of information to the different bodies that would need to be presented. As to the generalness of this resolution, I think that we can, commit to supporting an expedited process. Oh, it's not the amendment. I think it still says, supporting an expedited zoning and permitting process, because we still, I can support that expedited process, but I can't necessarily control it, right? Depending on what exactly is needed, whether it's something for the BZA, whether it's something that goes through Plan Commission. If we're on those bodies, we're only one of a number of people on those bodies. We can't say how fast it's going to go through, but we can say, hey, let's try to do this as quickly as we can, and let's try to do this in a way that is responsible. So I'm prepared to support this. I don't want that jail at North Park, and I want to support our county council colleagues who said that they did not want that jail at North Park last year. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ruff.
Up front, I'll say, of course, I'm not an expert or have not spent extensive time comparing the different costs of different options, but I do have some background and a college degree that involved natural resource management, and a lot of it was full cost accounting. I know full cost accounting is difficult to do, but I just skeptical that if we really did full cost accounting, that the renovation of the existing facility wouldn't be the best option. And when I say full cost accounting, I'm talking about externalities. And this applies to any new location that would be in the city anywhere else, too, as well as North Park. But externalities like the accounting for the impact on surrounding uses and surrounding properties wherever this would go, to any place other than where it is now, where nobody really anymore has a right to make a complaint about a tremendous change in their own property values or quality of life or land use pressures around them due to the current location. So that's one example of full cost accounting. Accounting somehow for the impact of moving this. And other people have talked about the external costs on families, on visitation, on inmates who are deprived or of potential easier access by loved ones and family members, and support and services. All those external costs. The externalities of the carbon footprint difference with all the transportation that would occur, and not just moving inmates around for various reasons, but of the visitations that occur, all the services. The carbon footprint of that for a location that's remote. And I'm not just talking North Park, I'm talking anywhere else other than where it is now. I just can't help believe that in what we know about the cost of new construction now in this current world compared to renovation. And I have a really hard time believing that if you really accounted for full costs, all these costs that have been discussed here tonight by members of the audience, by council members, that the option with the least overall cost to society, to our community as a whole, wouldn't be the existing location, renovation of the existing location. And so when I support this resolution tonight, which I'm going to, and I thank very much my colleagues who brought it forward, and I thank them wholeheartedly, but I don't want my vote to be construed necessarily as well, let's just find a different location that's a new location, even if it is in the city. It would be marginally better than the farther out it is, right? All those externalities are gonna increase the farther we move it away from where it is now. But all of those costs will be greater anywhere else it's moved. So I just wanted to make that clear that I wasn't advocating to go fishing around for another location. I'm advocating for full cost accounting of moving it anywhere other than renovating the existing site.
Thank you. Further comment from council? Councilmember Zari?
Well, thank you all and colleagues for drafting this. Thank you to our county colleagues for being here at the meeting and for participating. I think obviously the moral stance that's being said here is clear, and as well as the, I think, sort of strategic and economic arguments that are being made, and I think they resonate with me. I'm, as I expressed in my questions, concerned about our ability to follow through with what we're saying, and I wish, I don't know, by way maybe of just general suggestion, I think it interesting, and bear with me, this will not be a long comment, but it's a two-sided comment, that we're in this small city and, wonderful small city and wonderful county, that we as elected bodies basically have to talk at each other through process, that we get each other's attention through writing resolutions and speaking in formal ways, and I just think it's interesting because I don't know, it just, in any other context, I just feel like there's a lot more simple ways to go about actually solving the problem before us. And I think perhaps that's why it takes us 17 years to make particular progress. And I think on the flip side, with respect to our commission and council colleagues in the county, there hasn't been any specific ask of us to which we can also act, right? If that makes sense, like with the exception of Council President Crossley, who said, sort of in response to some of the things that I was saying, you should be specific in this language. I wonder, but perhaps this is a sort of historian's fallacy. I do wonder, what happens in this process should if the county were to make a rezone request. I mean, that actually gives us something to expedite, and then perhaps we can build specifics around that. So I'm in a little bit of a betwixt place. I don't know if I think I'd like us to go beyond this resolution, and whether that means let's meet tomorrow. We can't. We have to 48-hour notice, but maybe we need to put together a joint meeting and just actually figure out what we're going to do, and actually hammer out the real processes of how we can support, if at all. But I also think that we shouldn't make the mistake of sort of just quickly moving over the significant risks and cost that have been brought up, I think, on all sides of this argument. So anyways, I don't know if that's itself actionable, but well, I guess it is. I mean, my call would be that after we vote for this, that that we move to either have some joint session or something that we actually can just get around the table and figure out what needs to be done. So thank you again, though, for writing this.
Councilmember Zulik.
Thank you. My recollection is Councilmember Daley actually suggested a joint session on the jail with county counterparts several weeks ago, and so I'll just go on record and say I'm very in favor of that. County council, county commissioners, we would love to host you to have a deliberation session to hash out how we might be able to expedite the planning process. Thank you.
Other comment before we go to a vote? Okay, well, I'll just say that I really appreciate my colleagues for bringing this forward. As Councilmember Sari said, well, and actually as Councilmember Strasburg stated, that as I read it, as I heard her say, I would agree to expedite the process if required. Of course, it just doesn't fall to us, but the resolution states that we're ready to do that. I think the council's been consistent with wanting a central location. That's been clear for many years. And to be fair, the rejection of the Fullerton site was not made by the majority of this council as it stands now. So I want to thank everyone for their comment tonight as well. We have another comment. Just to say, I just want to reiterate that, the reasons for having it centrally located for central proximity to resources such as mental health, addiction, support services, the economic impact, of course, but also just preventing the social isolation of those incarcerated, I think is an important reason to have it centrally located. So, Councilmember Rosenberger, do you want to have your say?
I just wanted to add something quickly because I know we have a really long night. I am really, thank you to all three co-sponsors for bringing this. I am in full support. I used to talk about this a lot last term, but it sort of lost traction, and I am so happy to see County Councilmember Crossley here tonight and everyone on council up here speaking in favor of keeping the jail centrally located close to everything that it is close to right now. And I would just like to add that another property that I had always talked about is a county-owned property across the B-line from the convention center. So right now that is a surface parking lot, and it seems like it might not be used for the convention center, but also just a couple blocks from transit and a few blocks from where it is now in case it does need an entirely new location. But I also appreciate looking at renovation costs because where it is now also is connected to a parking garage that was built for this purpose. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no other comments, then will the clerk please call the roll on Resolution 2026-07?
Councilmember Zulik?
Yes.
Asari?
Yes.
Daley?
Yes.
Rallo?
Yes.
Ruff?
Yes.
Rosenbarger?
Yes.
Flaherty?
Yes.
Strasburg?
Yes.
Piedmont Smith?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. That is unanimously adopted. Here's your gavel.
Thank you. Resuming control. It's right here.
Here, thank you. I move that Resolution 2026-08 be read by clerk by title and synopsis only.
Okay. There's been a motion and a second. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Asari?
Yes.
Daley?
Yes.
Rallo?
Yes.
Ruff?
Yes.
Rosenbarger?
Yes.
Flaherty?
Yes.
Strasburg?
Yes.
Piedmont Smith?
Yes.
And Zulik?
Yes.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. With a vote of 9-0, that passes.
Oh, and I move that.
I'm so
Yeah.
sorry. Please, if the clerk could read by title and synopsis only, that would be fabulous and awesome.
Yes. Resolution 2026-08, a resolution of the Common Council of the City of Bloomington, Indiana, approving certain matters in connection with the formation of a certain economic development area. The synopsis is as follows. This resolution originated from the Bloomington Redevelopment Commission to establish the new Summit District Economic Development Area, the Summit District EDA, and a part of that area, Shasta Meadows, as an allocation area having a residential housing program. Assuming the statutory process is completed, this will establish what is commonly referred to as a residential tax increment financing area for the Shasta Meadows allocation area. Allocation areas for the remainder of the Summit District EDA will be created as development plans for future advance.
Thank you.
I move that Resolution 2026-08 be adopted.
Second.
Thank you. And whoever, thank you. That's been motioned and seconded. Whoever is here from the city to present on Resolution 2026-08, please approach the podium, state your name, and go ahead. And thank you for being here.
Thank you. My name is Dana Kerr. I'm Assistant City Attorney, and one of my assignments is with the Redevelopment Commission. And I'm here tonight to present to you the resolution that was read before you. And what this does is, I'm sure you're all familiar with the Summit PUD. This would create a TIF district, economic development area, the entire Summit PUD area. And that is made of 5 different neighborhoods. And the first neighborhood that's planned for development is Shasta Meadows, and it would make it the first allocation area. Now, we have Justin Chang from Reedy Financial who's going to explain that a little bit. But to put this in some sort of a context, there was discussion earlier that mentioned Adams Street, and Adams Street has a gap in it, and that gap is located in the Summit PUD area. There's also plans for a road in the Summit PUD that goes from Weimer to Adams Street, connection there. So Adams, in this development, Adams would go from Bloomfield Road all the way down to Tapp, and you would have a connection over the Weimer. And as you probably all know, Weimer Road has a 1-lane bridge on it on the southern portion and is in a floodplain. So there's, in the PIC development below there would be trying to work out construction of Vanguard Way, which would straighten out Weimer Road. So in addition to the construction of Vanguard Way, Sudbury, and Adams, that would interconnect all of this area, there would need to be intersections that would need upgrades. So that's a lot of infrastructure that needs to be done. And that Sudbury Road is very important because as part of that Sudbury project, there is a donation of land for a fire station. So that would allow fire equipment to rapidly get to the areas that they need to get to. And so that's another point to this. So, there's a strong need of infrastructure there. Again, that was mentioned earlier tonight. And so one way to try to help facilitate that is the creation of a TIF district and a allocation area. And Shasta Meadows is a residential area, so it would be a residential allocation area. And so I'd like to invite Justin Chang up from Reedy Financial to kind of explain a little bit more about the financial aspects of that.
Thank you, Dana. Good evening, everyone. I'm Justin Chang with Reedy Financial Group. It's good to see some of you all again. Met a couple of you at the fiscal committee meeting about a month ago, so it's great to see you all again. Before I dive into area-specific details and what a residential TIF is, I'll just quickly go over sort of what a traditional, what we call a commercial TIF is, because really they're very similar in most ways. There's just certain nuances that makes them different. So TIF allocation area, TIF stands for a tax increment financing, and TIF allocation area is essentially a way for a city, town, or county to capture on tax dollars that they wouldn't have been able to otherwise. And that's especially true for a community like Bloomington, where we have really low circuit breaker impact. In the state of Indiana, what we have is called, we're in a levy-based state. So our levy is set, our tax levy, how much dollars we can get is set by the state, and we cannot change that other than 4% or whatever percent the state tells us every year. So even if we were to dump a lot of assessed value into the city of Bloomington's base assessed values, tax levy would not change, tax rates would just go down. So let's say $100 million gets thrown into the city would not get any benefits from the $100 million. What a TIF allocation area allows for is for those dollars to be set aside from the base into what is called a TIF area, and the entire taxing district tax rate can be applied on those parcels, and those dollars will be funneled into the city's RDC. So instead of the city and their underlying units getting zero to no benefit, the only benefit would be circuit breaker reduction, which the city has none, essentially. The city could now capture and utilize these dollars through the TIF allocation area controlled by the city's own RDC. Now, very important key detail here is that the RDC is not taking any money from the city or the underlying taxing units. What's a very important piece to creating a TIF allocation area is called the but-for test, which means but for whatever is provided by the RDCs, this development would not happen. And like Dana mentioned earlier, if not for the infrastructure and the potential fire station that we could put in for this area, this development by the summit, this summit EDA would not have happened. So let's say we didn't set up a TIF allocation area and then provide the infrastructure, this development would not have happened anyways, and all of these assessed values would not have came in. So these dollars are only available to the city now because we are utilizing the TIF allocation area. Now, to go into the difference between residential TIF and commercial TIF, they're very similar in most ways. The way we collect dollars is the same. The way what we call neutralize the AVs, how to determine what goes to base and what goes to the TIF incremental AV, that stays the same. There's really three key differences. Number one is in a commercial TIF, a allocation area's expiration date is 25 years from the issuance of a bond, whereas in a residential TIF, the expiration is 20 years from the issuance of a bond. So let's say we issue a bond on the TIF August 1st of 2026. This TIF will expire or go away in August 1st of 2046. I'm not saying we're issuing a bond, just giving an example. Number two, there's just extra steps. To a residential TIF, for example, we had to do a notice to the HOA. That's just an extra notice that we have to provide for residential TIF, but not for a commercial TIF. And then finally, the most important part, a residential TIF, in its name, it allows that TIF area to collect on residential properties, whereas the city's current TIF allocation area, if we think of the consolidated Tap Road, Adam Crossing, those are traditional TIF allocation areas. They cannot capture anything from residential parcels. So any growth in residential parcels in those areas is given back to the base, but that will not be the case for this Shasta Meadows allocation area. And so that is really the big difference here in this TIF that we're creating versus the previous TIFs that the city already has. Are there any questions for me?
Any questions? Councilmember Strasburg?
Well, I have questions. I'm not sure if they're best for you or not. I'll start with the one that I'm going to start further back in the beginning. So is this TIF district being created for all of Summit or just for the Shasta area? Because there's 5 different areas and I feel like I'm a little confused.
Yes, so this resolution will create the Summit EDA, which the difference between EDA and the TIF allocation area is EDA is where we can spend the money on. So So let's say the Shasta Meadows allocation area generates $100,000. This $100,000 doesn't need to be spent in the Shasta Meadows allocation area. It could be spent in the whole Summit EDA to benefit that whole economic development area. At the same time, we're also creating the Shasta Meadows allocation area to generate those TIF dollars, but we're not creating the other allocation areas that will go into this economic development area. I hope that's clear as mud. If that's
Clear
not
as mud, yeah.
I could try
So-
explaining it again.
Well, so I'm just going to rephrase, and we can see if I actually understand.
Yes.
So we're creating, so the properties in Shasta Meadows, the residential properties in Shasta Meadows, their tax dollars will go into this TIF, right? And that money can be spent anywhere in any of the 5 areas to benefit that, but the other areas aren't going to have the residential TIF?
Yes, so I actually used this scenario last time. If we think of an EDA and an allocation area as a pizza, the entire pizza will be the economic development area, and that's where we can spend the TIF dollars on. If we put a pepperoni on there, that will be the TIF allocation area, and we're only putting 1 pepperoni in there right now. Every TIF dollar generated from that pepperoni can be spent on their entire pizza. And throughout the next couple of years, we'll put 4 more pepperonis on that pizza to create the entire area.
Okay, that was actually going to be my next question, is whether there's, as a vegetarian, I think that I have to, comment on the pepperoni analogy. Maybe we can have like peppers or mushrooms instead,
We'll put an entire onion on there if you like.
All right. I'm just going to let that go on. So there is the intention in future years to make the others into TIF allocation areas.
Yes, but not, from my understanding, is that not all of them will be residential allocation areas.
Okay,
But they will be TIF allocation areas, yes.
Okay, which might follow up on one of the last things you said, was that one of the differences is that in a residential TIF, of course, you can collect on residential properties, and commercial TIFs can't collect on residential properties. Can residential TIFs collect on commercial properties?
Very good question, and the answer is yes. So residential TIF can collect on everything, whereas commercial is only commercial, not residential.
Okay, but Shasta, I can't remember all of the zoning allowances. Shasta is going to be all residential, right? Yeah, okay, I'm seeing nods from the people in the back. All right, so are the other areas you're intending to also do residential TIFs, because the other ones are going to be a combination of residential? Well, actually, at least one of them has some combination of residential and commercial. Or should I wait on that, and that's not really relevant to tonight?
We're going to see as it develops out and the time frame that it develops out over what's going to be best. It may be that within those 5 neighborhoods, we might even want to carve out a little smaller pieces where this little piece, this piece will be residential and this piece will be commercial, to take advantage of that. So we're not sure exactly how the layout's going to look yet. We're not that far down the road. So that's why we felt it would better to look at this one area that we know is going to be developed first, and take the other ones as they come, to make sure that we don't choose a path that doesn't end up being the right one. So it's just keeping the flexibility there to move as the development moves.
Okay, great, thank you. I have other questions too, but I'll let my colleagues go.
Great. Councilmember Rallo.
I guess I have 2 questions. One is, besides road construction, could a fire station be funded?
So statutorily, yes, that was actually a change recently, 2 years ago, where fire and police capital and operating can be paid for by TIF dollars, yes.
Does that include capital expenses? And I mean, fire engines are very expensive, for
Yes,
instance.
that would include capital expenses as well, yep.
And who has the discretion for spending the revenues from this TIF? Does it come to council?
That would be the redevelopment commission.
The redevelopment commission has sole authority to allocate the funds for a particular purpose within the TIF? Is that right? I thought it came to council for some reason.
So that might be.
Yes, it is the redevelopment commission. that controls the funds that is captured from the TIF, the incremental.
Okay, so it's going to be their decision about what it's spent on. They're going to be making decisions of infrastructure for this area.
Yes, correct.
Interesting.
Which is how it's been done, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Flaherty.
Thank you. In short, I guess, are the TIF revenues intended to be spent primarily on developing like roads and related infrastructure in the Summit PUD area and the EDA that's being created? Is that right?
There is a statutory list of what can be done. The only discussions I have heard have been related to infrastructure because that is a significant need, and I'm not sure if there would be any excess money beyond infrastructure that's needed because those are significant. Completing Vanguard, there's going to have to be a significant bridge there. There's Sudbury and Adams also has some unique features that they have to cross. Then you have, I believe it's at least 5 intersections that need to be upgraded for safety purposes and traffic flow purposes. And so that's a lot of design work. The RDC, out of current funding sources, has already earmarked $5 million to go towards design because there's no way to know how much cost there's going to be involved until they actually can get out there and start designing the work. So we're moving forward on that. So that doing the TIF will enable there to be a generation of funds to where those who are most benefited from that infrastructure will be, that funds will be able to be generated from that area.
Thank you. I have a few follow-ups, if that's okay. For the whole, it's been a minute since we approved the Summit PUD. Is the infrastructure that, so I'm trying to just remember, the full range of infrastructure that's anticipated to be built there. Is the intent here to have the RDC pay for all of, or the vast majority of the public infrastructure in the Summit PUD area? Is that correct?
No, the intent is Sudbury and Adams. Those are the main city streets that are connecting the network together. Those are the streets that are important to the RDC and important to that development of that area. And those intersections are going to be very significant as well, costs associated with them. So that infrastructure is really the focus that we've been talking about.
And so the developer themselves are still building a lot of the infrastructure there as well. Is that right? Is that what I'm understanding?
Yes. So as far as any streets, where houses might be on, well, I guess they could be on the main streets, but any of the extra streets or whatever, that's not being considered as part of that. There's no design money been set aside for any of those streets. It's only Sudbury, Adams, Vanguard, and intersections.
Got it. That's helpful. And just what I'm getting at here is, I think our general policy for a number of decades has been, when we have a large development like this, the developer pays the costs of the infrastructure. And I was trying to suss out, to what extent that's still happening, how much of a policy shift this is, if any, or if we feel like the types of infrastructure we're going to be spending the money on here are kind of outside the scope of what a developer could reasonably be expected to contribute in bringing this development to life. So if there are any follow-up comments based on that further elaboration of what my questions are trying to tease out, I welcome it, but I think your answers already have helped on that front. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Councilmember Piedmont Smith. Oh.
Travis Vinsel, on behalf of Summit Development, I think I can add a little clarity to that. The PUD, unlike most PUDs, required that Sudbury and Adams be constructed before any other unit could be occupied. That's not typically how development is done. We build a block of road, we occupy some houses, we build a block of road. But in this PUD, we required those two infrastructures to be done first. So when you approved the PUD, it required a humongous outlay. And I think we had lots of discussion about that would require public input in the form of dollars to pay for that infrastructure because we wanted it up front. We wanted those improvements to come ahead of the development. So I don't think this is really a change in policy. It's a change in priority. It's a way to get the priority of the city to fund that infrastructure that isn't coming from the general budget, but coming from the capturing of that increment, if that helps.
Yes, thank you.
And also, to Mr. Rollo's question as well, would say that the RDC determines what it would be spent for. In the event that there needs to be bonds issued to pay for infrastructure, those bonds would have to come to council. The RDC cannot issue bonds. So that would come to council to be able to do. So honestly, in all likelihood, to pay for such large infrastructure, it would likely have to be bonded that the RDC would not be able to pay as they go along. So to that extent, as far as TIF funds would be used, yes, that it would come to council. So I wanted to clarify that point.
Okay. Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Yeah, first I just wanted to clarify, what is this Vanguard Street that you keep talking about? I went back to the PUD plans and I didn't see any street with that name.
Vanguard has a little stub right now on the just off of Taft Road. And if you would take Weimer Road straight down from Bloomfield Road and then skip it, go through the fields, then right there where if you keep that straight and maybe go a little bit to the west, you'll see there's a little stub of a road right there, and that's called Vanguard Way. So Vanguard Way would be in PIC owns, Public Investment Corp owns that property. And so the RDC is working on trying to work out a memorandum of understanding where, if we pay for the RDC pays for the design, that PIC will donate the right-of-way to be able to put Vanguard Way in, so that jog that goes out and comes down, it goes over the bridge on Weimer, could be turned into a trail, part of the trail system, and Vanguard would be more of a straight north-south road. So it straightens up Weimer Road.
It would really be helpful to have a map.
Yes.
Google Maps. Okay. I'll look at it. I have another question, but should I wait? Okay. My other question is about the estimated TIF revenues. So the development, it's estimated that development will create over $477 million in new assessed value. Do we have any sense of how much TIF revenue that would create? I guess it would be on an annual basis.
Is that $477 million from the PUD, on the PUD? Is that where the estimate is from? Would you know? So if we're looking at just Shasta Meadows, the allocation, just the Shasta Meadows allocation area, not the entire Summit EDA, we had a estimated increase of about $15 million. So 477, that might be I'm not sure. I haven't looked at the other allocation areas yet. That might be for the entire, all 5 allocation areas. But if we're looking at $477,000, it really depends on what the breakdown of 1 versus 2% are. But let's say worst case in terms of revenue-wise, worst case scenario, we're all looking at all 1%. That would be 4.7, and if it's all 2%, then we're looking at $9.4 million a year plus. But painting with broad strokes and just thinking of numbers in my head as I'm seeing yours, so I wouldn't quote me.
That's for the whole development once it's done with the $477 million increased assessed value? That's not, so the 4.7 million is for the whole thing, not just Shasta Meadow.
Yes. So the 4.7 million is based on the $477 million increase in assessed value that you sent. If we're looking at just Shasta Meadows, we expect about $443,000 a year in TIF revenues, and there's a breakdown of 1% and 2%. I don't have that with me right now, but just to clarify, the difference between 1% and 2%, 1% is what we're thinking about as residential homes, so that's your single-family home that you live in on your own. 2% would be, well, number one would be agricultural land, but also if we look at apartments, they look like residential, but they're technically 2% not residential in terms of property taxes. And also if let's say you buy a house but you rent it out, that would also count as 2%. So, but 443,000 for Shasta Meadows, there's a combination of both 1% and 2% within that. I just don't have that breakdown in front of me.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Other questions? Councilmember Ruff.
2 questions. First of all, on the decision-making on the use of the future TIF revenues, you explained that anything that's any proposed bonding would have to come to council for approval. But let's just say down the road, 10, 15 years, the TIF is kind of semi-flush with funds. And would a future RDC be able to use the funds, allocate funds to the side streets? Or, you said that right now the plan is for the major road streets that the city and improvements that the city wanted to see mainly, right? But not the residential smaller streets, et cetera. But in the future, would it be completely up to the RDC to what it got spent on in the end?
It is, but it also has to pass a but-for test. That but for the spending of those funds in that particular way, the economic development would not happen. So it's not supposed to replace private funds. It's supposed to be used in a way that encouraged the ability for private funds to be used. So,
okay, I'll just say to that, well, we've seen that kind of nebulous or fudgy argument where, well, yeah, we build the road, and that will enable some construction or some economic activity. That becomes then the but-for right there. But the question I really then wanted to get at is I'd like a little more elaboration on the state tax, this current state of tax laws that I'm understanding in the earlier part of the presentation, that the way they worked now, the amount of additional revenue that the city would get if absent this economic development area, this TIF, would be negligible it would really manifest itself in the form of lower taxes for the average property owner, the average resident, not in terms of a large amount of new additional revenue, unless we do this, which then allows the city to capture revenue that state law otherwise would have capped and said, you don't get to collect any more revenue as a result of this additional development. You just get to lower, your residents will enjoy lower taxes. If someone could talk about that a little more.
I'll try, and then I'll let Justin, because I like the pizza analogy. Think about it that right now at Summit there's a crust, and the crust is only worth so much all by itself. And so if you don't do anything out there to provide a way to get any toppings on there, to get any pizza sauce on there, nothing's going to happen, and it's just going to stay a crust. And so it won't increase in assessed value, so it won't generate any more funds. But if you put mechanisms in there where you can get the pizza sauce and the mozzarella cheese and the vegetarian toppings and all piled on there, now you've got a lot more assessed value. And you've made that happen by creating the TIF and using and capturing all those toppings and cheese and sauce, the value of all of that. You're capturing those dollars and paying for that infrastructure that allowed you to get those. But you wouldn't have got those had you not created the ability to get those toppings in the first place.
But if you did, though, if the development happened absent the TIF as a mechanism to capture increased assessed value, it wouldn't manifest itself that way to the community. It would be capped, and we would not really see the benefits in terms of increased revenues to fund services, right? But we would see it rather in terms of lowered taxes because of the caps.
I'd be happy to take that. So you actually, the scenario you just pointed out is actually, on Monday, we sent out what we call a tax impact statement. And that statement, essentially what it does is point out that scenario that you just mentioned is, what if this development was to happen without us putting that infrastructure? Let's say a developer like, okay, we'll put in the infrastructure ourselves and we'll still do the development in the city. So what if that was to happen? So the answer to what will happen in that scenario is, yes, we will see a tax rate decrease without a whole lot of additional revenues coming to the city. But one key point I point out is that the residents of Bloomington will see a decrease in their tax bill, but that's technically not true because most of the residents are already capped at the 1% cap. Given our tax rate is at over $2, for the most part, most of us are already capped. So even if the tax rate goes up or goes down, it has to go down significantly I live in Bloomington, so it'll affect my tax bill as well. The tax rate will have to go down significantly for me to see a decrease in my property taxes. Whereas for the summit, $15 million, if we threw $15 million into the city's base assessed value, that would not have an effect on most residential parcels. The larger tax savings, if that was to happen, would actually be on the 3% commercial. So we're looking at the businesses; they would reap most of that tax savings.
Jeff McKim, City Controller. I just want to make sure that in our kind of discussion of the weeds here, we don't miss the major point that I think Dana and Justin are trying to get at, that with the TIF and with the constraints that Andy mentioned, which are absolutely true, but with the TIF, we can actually bring in more revenue, more tax revenue for city infrastructure than we could without the TIF. It's not simply a shift from city to TIF. It is literally we can bring in more money because of the constraints on the way that Indiana property taxes work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Flaherty.
Thank you, and thank you, Controller McKim, for that follow-up point. I do understand that, and I guess what I wanted to ask with greater specificity, because yes, if we were going to build the infrastructure anyway, doing it this way makes sense relative to doing it through, general fund or other kind of non-TIF funding sources for the reasons you just outlined. I understand that, but that assumes that we were intending to build this infrastructure. And I guess I kind of got at that in my first question, but I wanted to ask just more clearly because I can't find it, the materials right now. But when we approved the Summit PUD, was the plan at that time, and did the city agree at that time that we were going to fund these streets? Or alternatively, was it planned at that time that the developer was going to, pay for these streets? Do you know?
Travis Vinsel with Summit. First, I would say with the previous administration and with this administration, dating back to February of 2022, when we brought this forward in original discussions, there was always the discussion that significant public infrastructure money would be necessary to build Sudbury and Adams and to improve the intersections around that area that failed today without any new development. Significant public money would be required. The PUD specifically states those roads need to come first, and that the city understands that significant public money for those infrastructures of those main roads would be required. That's in the PUD. It's always been discussed as part of the process. That's why those roads are tied to be first. All part of that original PUD and the original discussion with the previous administration as well as this administration was that's what it was going to take to build that infrastructure that was necessary.
Thank you, Mr. Vinsel. Is anyone from the administration able to confirm the same, that the PUD materials themselves that we voted on in 2024 specified that the city was planning to pay for this infrastructure? I just don't recall, honestly. So I'm just trying to understand if this is consistent with, because it feels, this is a unique context and it's a large area, but historically, if I'm not mistaken, we have not spent public dollars on this type of thing. And so I'm trying to just be very clear if this is a policy change that's being proposed relative to what was planned and communicated to the council when the PUD was voted on in 2024. Could someone from the administration speak to that, please?
Carrie Thompson, Mayor. It's my understanding that while there wasn't a tangible agreement to pay for the infrastructure at that point, part of trying to get this done, because one of the conditions that was put on this was to put these significant roads in before the developer would have any income coming in to actually pay for them. So part of the package that has been put together is this TIF package so that we can get them paid for. We have a challenge in the community. We need housing, right? I think we all agree to that. And the city has to use its best tools available to try to leverage what we have to get the housing that we need. And infrastructure is inordinately expensive. And so getting to a place where we can work out for 4,200 units, getting TIF to come in and help pay for that infrastructure that's going to benefit the city is helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions? Councilmember Strasburg.
Thank you. I have some other questions, but I also want to address Councilmember Flaherty's question, because I don't recall that being a discussion at council when we passed the Summit PUD, and I actually recall there being kind of the implication that the private developer was going to manage that, and I think that this is part of the private developer managing that, and it feels like a surprise now, which I don't really love. But I wanted to follow up a little bit on what Councilmember Piedmont Smith was asking Justin, I think, about the actual like dollar amounts, because I think that those got a little bit combined in my mind. It says in the Redevelopment Commission like purpose and introduction program that the construction of the dwelling units, so it's estimated that the development will create over $477 million in new assessed value. But then in the fiscal impact statement, it seemed to imply that this TIF alone, just the Shasta Meadows, would have an increase in TIF revenue collections by the $443,000 per year. And so I'm a little confused because I thought that you're basing that 400 and some thousand off of like just for the Shasta area, but the 477 million in assessed value was off of the development for all of it. So can you clarify exactly like how much this TIF is worth, just the Shasta Meadows part, or do you not really know that?
So when we came up with the estimates, it's using what was provided on the PUD, which from what we saw, there wasn't a whole lot of specific details on the development itself, how many bedrooms, square footage. So we use sort of what we've seen in other communities with similar developments and use that as a tool to come up with an estimated assessed value for the Shasta Meadows itself, not the entire Summit EDA. So the 443,000 annual TIF revenues, that would be looking at just the Shasta Meadows, using our estimates.
Okay, so is the 477,000 in new assessed value, or 477 million in new assessed value just Shasta Meadows, or is it the whole thing?
That's just Shasta Meadows, according to.
Okay. That's not clear in that document. Okay, thank you. I think I have.
We have 4,000 units, 477 million into 4,000. That would be very low value if you think about it, right? So the assessed value of the new assessed value would be much higher than 477 million. 477 million just would be the maximum assessed value that Shasta could potentially produce.
Okay.
If I can go back, on page 8 of the PUD, it states the above schedule is necessary. The above schedule, which is talking about the number of units over the 138 acres, necessary depends on the City of Bloomington's support concerning utility capacity and expansion, as well as the developing fund sources, including tax increment financing to support road and related infrastructure completion. I think that's pretty specific in the PUD that was approved, that city was going to participate in utility capacity and developing funding sources, including TIF, to pay for related roads and infrastructure.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
Any other council questions? Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Yeah, I'm sorry to keep going back to this, but following up with what Councilmember Stossberg asked, so if the total estimated new assessed value in Shasta Meadows, $477 million, then how come the estimated annual TIF revenue is only $443,000?
So I don't have the document in front of you that you're looking at. I believe the $444.7 million of new potential is for the entire area. Then you talk about how much Shasta will generate over the 15-year period of the TIF. So it's not a direct. I think we're getting way in the weeds of the analysis of what might happen with so many units that might be built there. Does that make sense?
Wait, but a few minutes ago, you just said the $477 million in new assessed value is for the whole Summit
447
district.
billion or 477 million? I don't have the document.
477 million.
Okay, 477 million of what? New assessed value
New assessed value.
or market value?
New assessed value, which would be the basis
don't-
for
I don't- I
calculating
think-
the TIF revenue.
A new assessed value, assessment being something different than market, I think is referring to the entire EDA.
So going back, so $477 million will be for the entire EDA. So all of those five or six allocation areas that you see in front of you, that's $477 million. The $443,000 in TIF incremental revenue that the RDC will see every year, that's the estimated amount for Shasta Meadows. But $447 million in newly assessed value, that's for all the allocation areas combined.
And that's where you got the minimum 4.7 million in TIF revenue per year. From the 477, you took 1%.
Yes, that's without me looking at the actual development itself, or looking
Right.
at any
It was
comparables.
like,
Yes.
if it were all 1%.
Yes, correct.
That's what I understood like 10 minutes ago.
Yes.
Then you said something different. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Okay, other questions? Councilmember Rallo.
Yes, just remind me, I can't remember if maybe a planner would know. The streets are they City of Bloomington streets? They're not the developer. The infrastructure is ours, correct?
Yes, Eric Grulich, Development Services Mayor. So the majority of the streets, at least all the streets that are laid out in the transportation plans, that being Sudbury and Adams would be public. In terms of streets within each of the sub-area, we didn't necessarily get to that level. Some of them were multifamily, don't have to be. If some of them were single family, then those would have to be based on our current subdivision requirements. So I don't think that we got to that level beyond roads that are shown in the transportation plan.
So, but are we responsible for building the roads, or is the developer?
Well, so, I think as it's been discussed, with the PUD, they were required to build Sudbury and Adams with the first phase. Beyond that, as each phase develops, then those internal roads are built when that particular phase develops. So there was only the requirement for Sudbury and Adams to be done before or with the first phase.
Okay. Do you happen to know if, as we proceed, there'll be a bond required of the developer prior to the construction, correct? To make sure that it's completed as per,
Yes, so there will be a bond for all public improvements, sidewalks, street trees, roads.
Okay, terrific,
Yeah.
thank you.
Other questions? Councilmember Strasburg.
Thank you. Kind of along that vein, so when we have to, when we're saying we're going to build, say, Adams Street or Vanguard, does that include like all of the sidewalks and all of that kind of stuff associated with that street, or is it just the street itself?
So that would include all the infrastructure in that right of way, so stormwater, sanitary water, curbs, pedestrian facilities, street trees, pavement, everything within that right of way.
Thank you. And in terms of what right now is kind of being agreed to in terms of what this TIF money is going to pay for, it's, I guess I'm wondering about the multi-use trail that's supposed to attach this development essentially to the B line. Is that on the list of things that the TIF money is going to pay for, or is that something that the developer has?
Yeah, I can't answer that. I will have to let somebody else deal with that. I don't think so. That would be on the developer,
Okay.
As I would expect. That would be my off-the-cuff answer.
Mr. Benso.
It's my understanding that by statute, there's certain things that the TIF can pay for, and those are all public infrastructure. Curbs, sidewalks, roads, water lines, sewer lines that are public. If they're privately owned, privately maintained, where it comes onto an individual lot or services a specific lot, that can't be paid for. A trail probably could be paid for, but we haven't designed it yet. One of our goals in this is to design the entire right-of-way so that we're not paying for a road to come back and dig it up and put a sewer line down the middle of it or a water line down the middle of it later. We're not building a road and then coming in later and trying to build a path. We're doing that all together. So we're working with the city to design to their standards, to the transportation plan within that existing right-of-way so that we can get all that infrastructure in up front. This is not the way we normally develop. This is the largest PUD ever approved. We usually don't come in and put all the major roads that connect it first. But we want to do that. We want to do it right. So in this scenario, Adams and Sudbury would be designed fully. We'll know exactly what they're going to cost. They would be built full out by the time the first occupancy moves in. So it wouldn't be driving on pavement that isn't the top coat. It wouldn't be later the sidewalks. That would all be there ahead of time. Not the way we used to develop and not the way we typically develop. Then each one of the 5 parcels, they will develop in a traditional sense. Might build 2 blocks of road, build houses on it, build the next 2 blocks of road. That's a traditional way of development. But those major roads would be conceptually designed and funded and built prior to anyone occupying any of the dwellings. So I think what could be spent on is RDC is statutory regulated what they can spend on. It's got to be area serving public infrastructure.
Okay. I have one more question that's different. Thank you. Just kind of as an interest, I mean, I think it's clear that like this TIF and this process would end up yielding money for the RDC and thus the city. But what does it do to other taxing entities that would generally get some tax dollars from that? I'm thinking specifically of schools, for example, that usually get a share of property taxes. So what would the impact be on those other entities?
So we're going back to, this is assuming this development was to not, if this development never happened without the infrastructure. That's very important to this whole but-for test. This development only could happen because of the infrastructure that the RDC was providing. So if that was to happen, but we still TIF'd it anyways, again, we're in such a low circuit breaker environment that the only gain from the underlying units will be a reduction in circuit breaker, a slight increase in net levy. So we're looking at the school, for example, we're seeing absolute worst case scenario for the school is they would lose out on $16,000 a year in circuit breaker impact. But if we're looking at a school specifically, since at least my district, Monroe Community Schools, they have a referendum, and referendum can actually still capture on TIF assessed value. So a school, for example, will actually come out ahead because of the referendum tax rates. But that's going into a whole nother sidebar.
So without the referendum, though, they would lose $16,000 a year for just Shasta Meadows?
Yes, in circuit breaker, in reduction in circuit breaker, it would not be an increase in tax levy again. It would just be a reduction in the school circuit breaker. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Other questions? Councilmember Rallo.
Yeah, one I forgot to ask is this. This area lies within the unified TIF, doesn't it?
The consolidated TIF?
Yeah, consolidated TIF.
It is not. It'll be a new, that's why we're setting up a new EDA as well with it, because it's not currently within.
Oh, it doesn't overlap at all?
Not that I know of, does it?
I thought
Part
it was.
of overlap, so it's carving out a new area. There's part of it that does overlap, but it's carving that out of the consolidated, and there's a part of it that isn't in any TIF, so it's creating a new area, but it's carving out.
Okay, I guess my question then is the area that is part of the consolidated TIF, does this obviate revenues from that? In other words, does any commercial development there, are we losing money for the consolidated TIF? We are?
It would.
Seeing a nod.
Possibly it would remove money from the consolidated TIF, but monies can be used in anything that would serve this EDA. So those extra areas outside of the infrastructure, areas, the intersections and things like that are outside the EDA, but they serve that EDA. They're actually in the consolidated TIF, but this money can be used for them.
Okay.
So it's a way to keep this area together and be able to create these allocation areas together in this one package to keep it a package deal. And I also wanted to make one thing clear. I mentioned earlier that there is a MOU with the Summit folks for design and donation of road, the right-of-way. There is no agreement regarding any payment towards infrastructure. You know, that we needed to get through this TIF process, which includes, after tonight, should you pass this resolution, it goes back to the RDC. The RDC will have a public hearing that's been noticed, and there would be a confirmatory resolution after the public hearing. So there is nothing been promised of anything to go towards infrastructure, and for the Public Investment Corps property, working on an MOU for design and right-of-way, but that's not done yet. There has not been any funds that has been promised for anything at this point.
Okay.
Just wanted to make sure you knew that.
Okay, I think I understand. Oh, Mr. Wenzel, did you want to, or who?
Do you want my follow up to your question?
Sure, if you want to add anything, I think I understand now, but go ahead.
With the current zoning that's in place with the PUD, the type of commercial development that's allowed is neighborhood serving. So the consolidated TIF only captures commercial, not residential.
Yep.
No commercial will come there because the only thing that's allowed is residential serving until we have the residents. So by carving it out, it's not losing because it's never going to happen. By carving it out, you capture not only that commercial, this residential serving, but you would capture the residential around it.
Okay. Very good, thank you.
Just a quick follow-up on the two previous questions. Number one was on the impact on the schools. So I mentioned, yes, $16,000 circuit breaker annual impact on the schools, but especially with the residential TIF, they bring in a lot of new residents and therefore a lot of new students. We actually had a conversation with the Rural Summit Schools executive director last month, and they see about, for residential TIFs, about 50% of that equates to new students to the school, to that area. So if we look at I believe this area has let's just say 400 new units. We're looking at 200 additional students, and each additional student generates about $7,000 to $8,000 to this school corporation. So we're looking at that number is way larger than the circuit breaker reduction in itself. And just to follow up on the TIF overlapping, we're not creating two TIFs on one single parcel. We're essentially removing that parcel from the consolidated TIF and adding it to the new one, so that parcel technically is no longer part of the consolidated TIF. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilmember Asari.
Thank you. Maybe a question for the accountant. Just sort of three questions in sequence, and I'll just ask them all in one go. But if I recall correctly, this was 4,000 or so units. It was the sort of estimated build out at Summit. And given SEA 1, where we're moving more of city finance to income tax, what is, when I know we're discussing here this sort of like exchange, I guess, between, I guess opportunity cost of funding with public funds, though I agree with Mr. Wenzel that this was actually talked at length during the time that we passed the PUD. But that aside, have you all done calculations of how it would benefit the city budget to have, I don't know, 4,000, let's just say it was 4,000. I mean, more likely it's going to be like 8, but 4,000 more adults possibly living in the city. Does that have a positive impact on the city's budget in the context of SEA 1?
So the answer definitely is yes, because with SEA 1, local income tax is based on where the taxpayer lives. So as more residents are in Bloomington City itself, that would increase the late distribution to the city. We're talking when SEA 1 local income tax actually comes into effect. We're looking a few years down the road, right? But the answer is for whether we have an actual specific dollar amount, it's no. For one, we like you mentioned, 4,000 to 8,000 units. We don't know what our tax rate is going to be in 3 years. So we provide an estimate right now. It could potentially be drastically wrong just because there are just so many moving pieces before we get to 2029.
But would you agree with the assumption that even if we think it unusual to spend money on public money on a PUD, that this could be viewed as us investing to increase possibilities of city funds in the future? So there is a return on investment. There could be a return on investment directly to the cities. Yes.
Yes, 100%. I think this is why we're seeing a lot of residential related TIF allocation areas around the state in general as well. It's because a lot of communities are trying to get as many people as possible for lit purposes. I'm sure that's one of the considerations.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Other questions? Great. Let's move to public comment. Would anyone in the public like to speak on this? If you're on Zoom, please raise your hand. Great. You'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name and go ahead.
Travis Vinsel with the Summit Development Group. We just are in favor of this. This has been a long process of us working with the city, this administration, previous administration to get here. This is a great opportunity to fund infrastructure, bring residents to Bloomington, which has lots of benefits to us in many ways. And we'd ask you to support this resolution tonight and move this back to the RDC. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Next speaker in chambers, please. Please state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening. Again, council, my voice is going. It's late. Krista Rimsky from the Greater Bloomington Chamber of Commerce, and I want to, my hat's off to Councilmember Asari, even though we don't know where he is presently, but that was my point I just wanted to bring up, which was the investment that this is. We need to increase our tax base. That 2029 year of SB1 is looming, where we're going to be income tax, the lit, is going to be that much more important. So bringing people in is vital to increasing that. And you know who else could use people? MCCSC. Dr. Winston, the superintendent, has been on the circuit speaking on their situation. And the best thing, the best remedy for what ails the schools is more students. The one thing that Mr. Vinsel mentioned, how long he's been working on this, February of 2022, we're nearing 5 years. I don't believe they've probably seen a check or anything, but a lot of work has gone into this. And over the past year, I've heard, I've gotten some calls on this which made me worried. And this residential TIF is a path forward. We've had regular TIFs, spider TIFs. Why not residential TIFs? I know the RDC and the county has been contemplating that. And this is really a great way to really enhance that revenue with very expensive infrastructure. And this is public good infrastructure. We're kind of getting on a little bit of that subdivision roads, but that's where the petitioner is going to take care of that. So and as far as the Sudbury Adams Road, that was talked about quite a bit. I mean, we've litigated the Summit PUD when it came before you quite a bit. I don't know how many times we had that same presentation, but it was a couple times if you look at your notes. So I would just recommend passing this resolution. Let's send it back to the RDC and move this process forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker in chambers, please.
Good evening. Julie Halbig with Regional Opportunity Initiatives, ROI. We also would respectfully ask for your approval this evening. And just as a point of information, so ROI is one of 15 regional READY administrators, so the state READY program. And we, of the $30 million total READY allocation we got for READY 2.0 for the 10 Uplands regional counties, we have obligated $4 million towards about $500,000 in design and engineering costs, and then $3.5 million of those READY funds would go towards the sanitary sewer build-out of the infrastructure. So state dollars will also be here to support some of that important infrastructure work. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in chambers who would like to speak? Great, please approach the podium. You'll have 3 minutes. Is there anyone who's raising their hand on Zoom? Great, thank you.
Paul Rousseau. Oh my goodness. I remember the Summit hearing 2 years ago, and I remember a lot of talk about the costs of growth, but those would be taken care of by an increased taxation. But now we're going to use some of the taxation to build the roads. It doesn't seem right. I strongly encourage you to postpone this until you're sure. If you're not sure about what was said and what was agreed to 2 years ago, then I would suggest a postponement on this, because it feels like a bait and switch to me. I thought that the taxes would go to accommodate the growth. So that's my only statement. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Great. Council comment, or excuse me, public comment has concluded on Resolution 2026-08. Now we can go back to council comment. Councilmember Rallo.
Thank you. Well, I think Mr. Rousseau is, thank you for observing that and insisting we be careful. I actually, I think that, I'll go ahead and support this. I think that this is one way of capturing taxes that is useful. But I would say it comes with a kind of a caveat, and that is with the concurrency in mind that I think a number of us have talked about in the past, that is to make sure that infrastructure is at least keeping pace with the development as it proceeds, if not in place before. And frankly, we've needed a fire station on Tap Road in that location since the 1990s. In fact, it was in the 2002 Growth Policies Plan, and it was never developed. And meanwhile, a lot of housing has and some commercial development has occurred there, and still no fire station. And I appreciate that. I'm happy that the developer donated land for that purpose. So it's ready to go. And I would just implore that the RDC make that a primary priority as we go forward, just as the road infrastructure and all the other infrastructure that's needed for this development. That should be on the top of the list. And that's all. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Flaherty.
Thank you. I'm sort of two minds. One is I find Mr. Rousseau's comments, I'm sympathetic to them because I do feel like I have open questions still about what was agreed to, what wasn't. I feel like I've gotten actually a range of answers to those questions tonight, things that weren't promised, things that, maybe it wasn't promised, it wasn't committed, this wasn't the understanding 2 years ago, but we think it's justified now. And, that was sort of the thrust of the mayor's comments. I may well agree, like it might be the right time to change policy course from what we've done historically and choose to make public investments in infrastructure that we have traditionally required private developers to build. I'm thinking of the PUD at the Trinitas built off of Arlington and 17th. It's quite large. There's a lot of infrastructure there. Thinking of Renwick, others. I'm not certain, but I think we've always required developers of those PUDs and of other subdivisions to build the infrastructure. So that is the longstanding policy of the city of Bloomington, I think. And I think this is a big policy change. It matters, not because, it's a very easy argument to make that, yes, this is a small investment. We're going to, get all these TIF dollars. We're going to get all this, additional income tax revenue. Yes, of course, I get it. But again, it is a big policy shift. We've had those policies of requiring developers to pay for infrastructure for a reason. And the fact that that wasn't front and center in this resolution, I guess, is it's frustrating and a little bit of a struggle for me as well. When we have to really dig and sort of work on the fly to try to get the information we need to make a sound decision, that's challenging. So again, I'm a little bit of two minds. I'd be fine with postponing to actually have more time to actually dig into some of those questions that I feel like I had mixed responses to, and to examine more fully what our policy on this has been in the past, why we're changing it now, what the justification for it is. Do we plan to pay for the infrastructure for all future PUDs and subdivisions, only really big ones, only when we think it's really important? How are we going to make those decisions? Because those, what we're being asked tonight sort of begs all those questions, and there's really no discussion about any of it. So in that case, I'd be fine postponing, even if I would ultimately probably may support this. But if we vote tonight, I'll make a decision. So that's where I'm at. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Any other comments? Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Yes, I think that I am ready to support this tonight. This land has been, surrounded by developments and yet has sat vacant for 30 years. There are reasons for that because of the cost of the infrastructure needed to put this in. And I, for one, think that we need this development. I mean, this is something that I, discussed, that we all discussed in depth 2 years ago when the PUD came forward. We need this housing. And I really don't think it's going to be built, and I didn't at the time think it would be built without subsidies. And I think that was pretty clear during the course of those discussions that the city would need to provide some subsidies for this infrastructure. So I appreciate what Councilmember Flaherty said, that this, let's recognize this is a change in policy. But I think for this property, it's, there have been various proposals over the last 30 years, and they just haven't panned out until we were willing to give some indication that, yes, the city is going to help fund the infrastructure. So I will be supporting it tonight. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Other comments? Councilmember Strasburg.
Yeah, I think that Councilmember Piedmont Smith said something very similar to what I was going to say in terms of, I really appreciate Councilmember Flaherty's words and this idea of is this a new precedent that we're setting, and how are we going to make this decision? But I spent a lot of time with the Summit PUD a few years ago, and one of the huge issues were these roads that, this was in a PUD before, and development of that PUD stopped as soon as the developer had to build these roads. And at the time, I think that we all were like, well, it's really important that this go on. And I don't think in the council format it was highly discussed that what that would mean is some kind of public subsidy for those roads. I think that was glossed over for this body. Perhaps that discussion happened far more behind the scenes or with the developer and other parties that was not council, because council doesn't really have to decide that until now. And then similarly, we'll have to kind of have similar discussions again when we're asked to approve a bond related to what it is that we're going to pay for. And that is one of the reasons why I was asking some of those detailed, questions about how much money are we actually expected to get from this TIF, to try to kind of preface that just a wee bit in terms of the bond that is going to come to us next. But I am prepared to support this tonight in large part because I do want this development to be able to proceed, and it can't proceed without these roads, and these roads are going to be a huge piece of connectivity for that area, you know, southwest-ish side. So I do also appreciate Mr. Russo's words, though. I mean, it does feel a little bit, at least in this format, for this body as a bait and switch. I suspect that it was talked a lot more about behind the scenes a couple of years ago than it was spoken about with this body. Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else? Councilmember Rosenbarger.
I guess from the beginning, I've been a little bit on in the same boat as Councilmember Flaherty, just that usually when we have a resolution or something, we get a memo with it. And so, I mean, today with even a council-created resolution, we had a memo with that, which I appreciated. So I think there were so many questions today, too, because City Legal did not provide a memo, so hopefully in the future that would be great. I just spent a lot of time up here combing through 2024 packets looking for what was actually said around the Summit PUD back in the day, and yeah, I think it just took a lot longer because the packet was pretty sparse about what was actually going on here. Because if everyone is supporting this, like, I'm happy to get on board. I think it is unclear if this was agreed on or not. Even tonight, the developer said it is in the PUD. Thank you for saying that. And the mayor said it is not in the PUD. So that gave me pause as well, I would say. But thanks for this. It is exciting to have the things move along. Hopefully we can have a broader conversation about it later. Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else? Councilmember Ruff.
Yeah, overall, I mean, I don't recall that well the earlier meetings where the PUD was approved. I know I voted against it at that time, but I'm persuaded by the comments tonight, and I think I recall pretty well from that meeting that there was a good argument to be made that there was an indication of partnership, understanding of a partnership between the city and the developers on developing the infrastructure, these roads. I sense, that's my sense. So I do want to say one related thing. At this point in my life, after being in this town over 60 years, it's been said tonight by more than one individual, you know, this will bring lots of residents to Bloomington, which benefits us in so many ways. But we never ask ourselves, where does that end? What's the ideal size for Bloomington? 200,000, 500,000, a million? Where does it stop? I can't see people who I often hear making this argument ever coming to a point where they'd say, oh, no, we don't need any more. And I'm telling you, I've seen a lot of growth in this community over the last 60-some years, and not everything is good about it. There are many downsides, and there's a lot of people just as many people who don't want to see an expansion as do. They're not, generally speaking, of having a strong voice, strong economic influence, or in prominent positions a lot of times. But, you know, the place sure as hell has grown, but wages are as much of a problem or more of a problem now than they were 40 years ago when RCA was saying whatever I was hearing. I know that's not just a local problem, but growth hasn't solved that. Housing costs. There aren't even as many good music venues in this town as there used to be. And there's certainly more crowds. and just more, and that's not just, I don't know if we can talk about, I don't know the stats well enough on crime and other things that come along with growing into a bigger city. But I'm really tired of just this denial that there are downsides and that there are a lot of people who don't agree with just the pursuit of growing the community, and that it automatically results in economic benefits, I don't think is evidenced. Big, fast-growing cities aren't places where a lot of people can be or want to be. But again, I voted against this PUD, but I do think a commitment or an understanding there was that if it was approved, the city would participate in this infrastructure, and the PUD's been approved, of course, so I'm going to go ahead and support this.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Just a second bite at the apple here. It'll be short. There are thousands of people who commute into Bloomington from surrounding counties every day for work, and giving them a place to live within Bloomington will benefit us.
Okay, any other comments? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Daley.
Yes.
Rallo.
Yes.
Ruff.
Yes.
Rosenbarger.
Yes.
Flaherty.
Yes.
Stossberg.
Yes.
Piedmont Smith.
Yes.
Zulik.
Yes.
And Asari.
Yes.
Great. With a vote of 9-0, that passes.
I move that ordinance 2026-06 be read by clerk by title and synopsis only.
Second.
There's been a motion and a second. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Rallo.
I'm sorry, I was distracted. What's the motion?
The motion on the table is to introduce by title and synopsis only ordinance 2026-06.
Okay, yes.
Ruff.
No.
Rosenbarger.
No.
Flaherty.
Yes.
Stossberg.
No.
Piedmont Smith.
Yes.
Was that a yes?
Sorry, that was a yes.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Zulik.
Yes.
Asari.
Yes.
Great. With a vote of 6. Oh, I'm so
Daley.
sorry. Go ahead.
What am I?
I thought you went first.
Yes.
Great, thank you. With a vote of 6-3, that passes. Is there anyone from the administration who would like to speak on ordinance 2026-06? Any updates?
Madam Chair?
Yes. I'm so sorry. There were several other things that needed to happen. Yes, thank you for that. Take it away, Councilman.
I move that 2026-06
So
be
sorry,
read.
y'all. No, it already passed.
No, I know.
She just
I was confirming. I know.
Apologies, everyone. It is late. Been working for 15 hours at this point. Will the clerk please read by title and synopsis only?
Absolutely. Ordinance 2026-06 to amend the City of Bloomington zoning maps by rezoning a 6.3-acre property from residential urban lot and residential multifamily within the transform redevelopment overlay to planned unit development, and to approve a district ordinance and preliminary plan. The synopsis is as follows. This ordinance amends the zoning of the property from residential urban lot and residential multifamily within the transform redevelopment overlay to planned unit development.
I move that ordinance 2026-06 be adopted.
Second.
Great. Thank you. Now that that has officially been taken care of, is there anyone from the administration who would like to speak on this? Okay. If the answer is no, we can get started with reasonable conditions. Would anyone like to bring forward a reasonable condition to discuss?
I have a motion.
Okay, Council Member Asari.
I'd like to move, but just, if you could give me a second to do it very correctly, I'm sorry. I'll just say it this way. I'd like to move that we vote as one on every reasonable condition that we still have pending, and that we vote to approve them.
Is that a motion that we can make, Councillor Allen?
Yeah, I believe Councilmember Asari is trying to make a motion to consider them as a whole, which the board can do. So if you would like to entertain considering them as a whole in their present form as one discussion, you can do that and vote on them as a package.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor to consider the remaining reasonable conditions as a whole. Is there a second?
We can separate the question if we get into an issue afterwards. I think we've discussed them, arguing for the point here.
Yes. Councilmember Flaherty?
I'm not seconding the motion. I would support, so the reason why I didn't is because there are some reasonable conditions that are still in the packet that I authored that I do not intend to move to adopt at all, namely reasonable conditions 7 and 11. And so we don't need to vote on those. I would be up for voting on reasonable conditions 8, 9, 10, and 12 as collectively, if folks were up for that. And I think it could be relatively quick, and we could always divide the question if needed. So I could make that motion.
I withdraw my motion and second Councilmember Flaherty's motion.
Great. Could
I move adoption.
Could you
I'll restate.
specify?
I move adoption of reasonable conditions 8, 9, 10, and 12.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Great. Thank you. Councilmember Flaherty, would you like to take it away?
Yes, I'm glad to. So first, just a clarifying note, there was a packet addendum this afternoon that had a version 8C and 9C, and an updated version 12. I think it was labeled 12C. That probably the accounting got a little as we had subsequent versions, a little messy. So apologies for that. But reasonable conditions 8, 9, and 12 were in the packet addendum from this afternoon. Reasonable condition 10 is unchanged from the packet addendum that went out yesterday. I will briefly cover each of them and kind of where we landed. And their impact. Reasonable conditions 8 and 9 are about sidewalks. They are 2 paragraphs. So this is 8 and 9C. Paragraph 8 says that the PUD standards and street sections will be updated to reflect a 6-foot minimum sidewalk for all streets except Rogers and the lanes. And right-of-way dedication will be increased as necessary to accommodate those changes. Additionally, what would be reasonable condition 9 is that the sidewalks bisecting block 9 in the east-west and north-south directions will be updated to reflect a minimum width of 8 feet, and that these sidewalks can be either within the public right-of-way or in a pedestrian and bicyclist easement. And similarly, right-of-way dedication would be increased as necessary to accommodate the change. This is based significantly on the conversations with the RDC last week, and I had, as noted in the synopsis, confirmation earlier this week from the planning director that this change will not entail losing or foregoing any developable lots that are planned currently in the PUD. Reasonable condition 10, I'll take questions on them at the end if that's all right. Reasonable condition 10 is about tree plots. It says that all of the streets in the PUD need to include tree plots, including the Wiley Street and Jackson Street cross sections, which would need to be updated to reflect a tree plot with a minimum width of 5 feet, which is consistent with the transportation plan and the UDO. And there are specific allowances made for Block 8, which is the easternmost block on the north side of Wiley Street, where the sidewalk may be basically a tree plot. We may forego a tree plot as necessary to accommodate the sidewalk there because the existing building gets pretty close to the street. And again, right-of-way dedication as necessary to accommodate the changes. Finally, reasonable condition 12 is on Rogers Street. It would call for the same right-of-way dedication we have planned in the PUD now, but updating the street cross-section to show a 5-foot tree plot and 10-foot sidewalk, where currently it shows a 5-foot tree plot and 5-foot sidewalk. The 10-foot sidewalk is what's required of general urban streets, which is what Rogers is classified as, and it's what we built further to the north in the PUD. Finally, the update that went out this afternoon on that condition gives extra flexibility in the immediate proximity to the stairwell of the existing building. Technically, there is room for a 10-foot sidewalk and a 5-foot tree plot, but there's some grading issues, and as they actually get into it, it was a request to the city engineer that they have some flexibility to reduce the width of the tree plot or sidewalk in that immediate vicinity if necessary. So those 4 conditions regarding sidewalks and tree plots, essentially, in the PUD, update it to fit with the requirements of the transportation plan and the UDO requirements for subdivisions and rezones. I believe these were consistent with conversations we had last week. They've been reviewed and vetted by the planning director and the city engineer, who both confirmed that these would not have negative impacts on the number of planned lots for housing in this PUD. That's all covered in the synopses for these reasonable conditions. I'll stop there. And I mentioned that reasonable condition 11 was being withdrawn. That was the one that was about lanes, which I was initially bringing with the intent of making sure we had enough space to do this, but ultimately it wasn't needed, and for other reasons it didn't make sense to persist with that reasonable condition. So happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Asare.
I move that we vote to approve, I forget the numbers, all of these reasonable conditions.
That would
on the basis that we have discussed them at length and the changes reflect those discussions.
Second.
No, that's calling the question. The motion is already on the table. What you're doing is calling the question.
Cool. I call the question then.
Would you like to second?
Okay, second.
Which means nobody else can discuss anything.
That there is a motion to call the question on the floor.
This is not debatable.
Correct. Will the clerk please call the roll?
It's a shame.
But that has to pass by 2/3 majority too, right?
Yes, it does.
That's correct.
Okay.
Will the clerk please call the roll?
Absolutely. Councilmember Ruff.
Motion to call the question.
On
To-
reasonable conditions.
To approve the package of reasonable conditions.
To approve
That-
reasonable conditions 8, 9.
Yeah, the ones that Matt
Yes.
or Councilmember Flaherty worked
Yes.
so hard on.
That is the motion
and
on the
compromised
floor.
a lot on, and I appreciate everything he did. I don't like this, but I like what he did, and I'll vote yes for that reason.
Point of order. The motion, if I'm not mistaken, is whether or not we will have the vote on the merits of those reasonable conditions. So this is just saying, are we ending debate, ending public comment, and then voting on the merits? This is not itself the vote on the merits of the reasonable conditions, correct?
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay, just confirming, making sure we're all on the same page.
No, I'm so confused. I thought that right now we're voting on those reasonable conditions.
No, we are voting to, we're voting to vote. We're voting to call the question. A motion?
I withdraw the motion. I don't want to waste time. All I want is to say we've already discussed these, so as quickly as we can, I think we should vote to approve them. And then I'm going to make the same motion on every other reasonable condition that we have. I think we should just approve them all and move on. So, but I'll withdraw the motion to avoid us having to discuss procedures or to rob you from the opportunity to tell Councilmember Flaherty that he's awesome.
So if the motion's withdrawn, then just proceed as we normally do.
Great, thank you. Council questions for Councilmember Actually, first off, does the petitioner have any response to the updated reasonable conditions? You can just shake your head if no. We will interpret that as you're cool with it, though.
Hi, Anna Killian-Hansen, Director of Housing and Neighborhood Development. The one thing that I want to call to your attention, our consultant flagged that on the north pathway through the north-south trail that runs through the middle of the PUD on Block 9, if that Council Member Flaherty's reasonable condition is adopted, of course, it's a lot better than it was. We do end up losing 3 accessible parking spaces. Just FYI, not saying anything either way, but just for your information, we are going to lose 3 accessible parking spaces.
Thank you. Councilmember Asare.
Sorry, my hand was up by accident.
Okay. Councilmember Strasburg.
Thank you. This was discussed last time, and the reasonable condition wasn't actually updated to reflect it, but there I think is an issue with having a tree plot along Wiley Street because Wiley currently has a 12-foot setback, so I would like to add an amendment to reasonable condition 10B, adding a number 4 to say setbacks along Wiley in Block 9 may be decreased as necessary, or I should say front setbacks along Wiley in Block 9 may be decreased as necessary to accommodate the additional right-of-way dedication. And I'm sorry that we didn't manage to coordinate that earlier to put that in there, but I think that the intention with those setbacks was to give more space on that side of Wiley between the street and where the houses start, and the tree plot will do the same thing as the setback would do, but we need to give an allowance to the petitioner in order to reduce that setback as part of this. So do I need to move to amend reasonable condition 10B, Attorney Allen?
If you're making a substantive change to it, yes, you would need to move to amend.
Yeah. Councilmember Flaherty, is that okay with you because that's your reasonable condition?
Yes, I'm amenable to that.
Okay, so I would like to officially then move to amend reasonable condition 10B to include item number 4, front setbacks along Wiley in Block 9 may be decreased as necessary to accommodate the additional right-of-way dedication.
Okay, there's been a motion and a second. Is this available as an amendment form in writing?
I think that we've amended like this before, and I was about to send, I don't know what we need to do to prepare that.
I can prepare it for you. I mean, if everybody's clear on the full text of what it is as amended and votes on it, it does need to be reduced to writing, no doubt about that. But as long as everybody has notice about exactly what the text is going to be and how it's amended and what you're voting on, then we can memorialize that to writing as soon as possible.
Great, thank you. In that case, Councilmember Strasburg, could you please repeat the wording?
Yep. Front setbacks along Wiley in Block 9 may be decreased as necessary to accommodate the additional right-of-way dedication.
Great, thank you.
And just to make sure everybody's clear about that, currently front setbacks along Wiley are 12 feet, and front setbacks anywhere else in the development are 0 feet.
Great, thank you. Does anyone have any questions about this amendment? Seeing there is no council questions, would anyone like to speak? Would anyone from the public like to speak on the proposed amendment specifically? Oh, sorry, we'll get there. Not seeing anyone in chambers. Is there anyone on Zoom? Okay, great. In that case, any council comments on this amendment? Councilmember Ruff.
Just like to agree with Councilmember Asari that Councilmember Flaherty was awesome on this.
Great, thank you. Anyone else? Oh.
No, you passed the public comment.
I'm sorry, we passed Bob. Great, thank you. Okay, and in that case, will the clerk please call the roll? On Amendment 1 for reasonable condition 10. B.
Councilmember Ruff,
Yes.
Rosenbarger,
Yes.
Flaherty,
Yes.
Strasburg,
Yes.
Piedmont Smith,
Yes.
Zulik,
Yes.
Asari,
Yes.
Daly,
Yes.
Rallo.
Yes.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. That passes 9-0, and now we are back to reasonable conditions 8, 9, 10, and 12. Are there any more questions for Councilmember Flaherty? Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
This is a question for the petitioner. The statement has been made by Director of Planning and Transportation that these changes will not reduce the number of developable lots in Hopewell South. Is it your contention that these changes will decrease the number of units? And if so, by how much? Oh, I see Allie Thurman there.
Great.
Hi, guys. Thanks for your patience being with us late this evening. I can confirm that as far as we have reviewed, we think that we are good with the current conditions, not removing any units. We think we may have a few units that we need to modify to be slightly different units, but we think we can make that work. And I think, as noted, we're going to lose some accessible parking spaces, and so we may need to do some work with engineering to see where those can be relocated, which I think is something that we discussed. You know, it's that north-south section that's our only one. We could narrow it at the parking spaces. We're just very tight on those community parking spaces, which is one of the places we're doing our accessible spaces just for grading. So that would be probably our only comment, which I think Anna brought up.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions? Okay, we will move now to public comment on reasonable conditions 8, 9, 10. Sorry,
actually,
Councilmember Flaherty.
Did have a question or comment. So I appreciate that feedback that we received from Director Killian, and it was just now. That is not feedback I'd gotten before this moment. I am happy to amend reasonable condition 9 to add a sentence that would allow for that narrowing for the purpose of accessible parking spaces. So I think I would like to do that. I move that we amend reasonable condition 9C to add the following sentence. The sidewalk running north-south may be narrowed as necessary to accommodate planned accessible parking spaces.
Councilmember Flaherty, I believe you cut out. Would you please repeat that?
Yes. Yes, I move that we amend reasonable condition 9C to add the following sentence. The sidewalk running north-south may be narrowed as necessary to accommodate planned accessible parking spaces.
Thank you. There's a motion on the table. Is there a second? Second. Thank you. Is there any discussion for Amendment 2? Is there public comment on Amendment 2? This could be your time.
I am Kristen Wyda. I am the CEO of Indiana Uplands Realtor Association. And I just wanted to speak briefly and very clearly about Hopewell and what your zoning and your amendment choices will actually produce. So if Hopewell is built under the current UDO requirements, the site would support 29 homes. Because of those requirements, those homes are going to be large and costly with an average sale price of $700,000. If Hopewell is built under the proposed PUD without any of your amendments, the same land would support 98 homes. Those homes are smaller, they're more efficient, and the average price of those homes, $200,000. Nothing about the land changes. The difference is the rules. Every additional requirement that you add to the development adds cost. The cost is passed directly to the buyer, your constituent. More requirements mean fewer homes and higher prices. So the choice before you guys is simple. You can build 29 homes for $700,000, or you can build 98 homes for $200,000. And I also want to address the conditions of requiring permanent affordability. While affordability requirements are often well-intentioned, they can have unintended consequences because those resale prices are capped. Homeowners will be unable to build meaningful equity. Even after years of mortgage payments and costly repairs, they may leave with very little money to put into the next property. These homes can be harder to sell. They can be limiting families' ability to move for jobs, their health needs, or changing circumstances. In practice, permanent affordability functions much like long-term renting, restricting wealth building and mobility. So the most effective way to help lower-income starter families is not to lock them into permanent restrictions, but to increase housing supply at all levels. So I urge you guys to accept the PUD as proposed and give all your constituents a realistic chance to own a home and to build wealth for themselves and future generations. Please do not add additional requirements that increase costs, that reduce supply, and unintentionally harm the very families that these policies are meant to help. The best path to affordability is allowing more homes to be built at all price points so families can enter the market, they can move up over time, and share in the stability and opportunities that home ownership provides.
Thank you very much. Would anyone else like to speak on Amendment 2? Okay. Anyone on Zoom? Great. In that case, we will go back to council comment on Amendment 2. Would anyone like to speak? Okay. In that case, will the clerk please call the roll on Amendment 2?
Sorry. Councilmember Rosenberger?
Yes.
Flaherty?
Yeah.
Strasburg?
Yes.
Piedmont Smith?
Yes.
Zulik?
Yes.
Asari?
Yes.
Daley?
Yes.
Rallo?
Yes.
Ruff?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. With a vote of 9-0, Amendment 2 passes. And now we will come back to council questions. For reasonable conditions 8, 9, 10, and 12, are there any more questions? Great. Then we will go to public comment on reasonable conditions 8, 9, 10, and 12. Would anyone in public chambers like to speak? Please approach the mic. You will have 3 minutes. And if you could state your name for the record, that'd be great.
Yes, Jeff Richardson. I just want to say that with you folks meeting with the redevelopment commission was modeling the best kind of behavior. That was one of the best meetings I've attended ever. And I've been to a lot of meetings, and I just want to compliment you, and really demonstrates that working together, you can accomplish great things. I hope the county takes notice of that, but I just want to acknowledge this is why tonight it ran so smoothly. It was beautiful. This is beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you for the kind words. Would anyone else like to speak on reasonable conditions 8, 9, 10, and 12? Anybody on Zoom? Great. And we will come back to council comment. Would anybody like to speak? Great. Oh, council member Asari.
Just thanking Councilmember Flaherty and the entirety of the Mayor's Office, the administration, for working so diligently on these. Thank you also to Ali, but really for making it. I mean, we've worked through these now, I think, over almost going on 3 months, 2.5 months. And I just really wanted to, I mean, I think a lot of work has gone into getting these right, getting these in a way that's acceptable without lowering the number of houses. We've just made amendments even to deal with the issue of parking. So I just, really wanted to thank Councilmember Flaherty and all of you for all of your contributions to this, and looking forward to voting for this.
Thank you. Anybody else? Councilmember Flaherty.
Yes, also just briefly, thank you to city staff who were able to give feedback on these, especially recently. We were able to work quickly through some outstanding questions and get to, I think, a stronger place and mutually agreeable place. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Flaherty?
Yes.
Strasburg?
Yes.
Piedmont Smith?
Yes.
Zulik?
Yes.
Asari?
Yes.
Daley?
Yes.
Rallo?
Yes.
Ruff?
Yes.
Rosebarger?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. With a vote of 9-0, reasonable conditions 8, 9, 10, and 12 pass. Yay! Would anyone like to introduce any other reasonable conditions? Councilmember Strasburg.
I guess I'll move reasonable condition number 14.
Okay. Reasonable condition. Oh, and there's been a second. So reasonable condition has been moved and seconded. Would the clerk please call the roll? Oh, my bad. Go ahead, Councilmember Strasburg.
Thank you. This is a reasonable condition that is new. It was mentioned last week, kind of in the context of Councilmember Flaherty removing any of the lane narrowing from his consideration. One of the things that I had brought up at the Plan Commission level was a concern with the speed of the lanes being high, especially given that there's no sidewalks, that there would be, these lanes would be shared by multiple types of road users, and that there would also be people like pulling out of parking spaces and things like that, there could just be the potential of fender benders. So reasonable condition number 14 requests the petitioner work with planning and transportation and engineering to design the lanes with a target speed of 10 miles an hour, utilizing design elements intended to create low speed, high comfort environment for vulnerable road users. I did consult with planning and transportation department and engineering department about the wording of this, and they approved that wording.
Great. Does the petitioner have any response to reasonable condition 14?
I think this one is worded flexibly enough that we can work through that with engineering, so I don't think we have comment on it.
Fabulous. Council questions? Okay. Public comment on reasonable condition 14. Anybody? Please approach the podium if you'd like to speak. Please raise your hand on Zoom if you'd like to speak. Looks like we got nothing. Council comment. Would anybody like to share? Okay. Well, in that case, would the clerk please call the roll on reasonable condition 14?
Councilmember, I'm so sorry, y'all. Councilmember Strasburg?
Yes.
Piedmont Smith?
Yes.
Zulik?
Yes.
Asari?
Yes.
Neely?
Yes.
Rallo?
Yes.
Ruff?
Yes.
Rosenbarger?
Yes.
And Flaherty?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yay, with a vote of 9-0, that passes. Would anyone else like to introduce a reasonable condition?
I move to introduce reasonable condition 4.
Okay, reasonable condition 4 has been moved to introduce. Is there a second?
Oh, sorry, I didn't think it was, second.
We can talk about this. It didn't get updated. It's really hard to get around to talking to everyone about it. I mean, obviously, we can all talk about it here. We are still working on a definition of permanent affordability to add into this reasonable condition. Councilmember Piedmont Smith and I met yesterday about it and then asked interim attorney Allen for some definition. So we got some things today. Well, we can, I think, follow anyone's lead. It could kind of go the way it is. It could wait and get amended. It's just, it's been a lot, I guess. Questions? Comments?
Well, I'll add to that as a sponsor that we also met with Director Killian Hansen last week to try to figure out wording around silent second mortgages and some other stuff, and that wording just doesn't have finality yet. So I am not sure how much it's worth talking about now versus, I mean, we're just gonna, I think, have to postpone the whole ordinance for another meeting to finish off the permanent affordability, so.
Councilmember Asari.
Question, are we not comfortable seeing particularly that we've just amended a couple of things by doing it and speaking? Can we not, are we not comfortable to arrive at that type of a conclusion tonight with reasonable condition 4?
I'm not comfortable with that. I've talked about it a couple different times with Councilmember Rosenberger after the last, over the last few days, and if we didn't have language over the last few days, I don't think that we're going to suddenly appear with language at 11:25 at night.
I would also chime in that question makes me laugh a little because I think you encouraged us to push it if we needed to. So I thought it was like totally okay to say we can't get it done.
We do it in what?
Okay.
I'm just saying, like, if we have the language, we can also, you know, just do it, you know?
I move that we postpone reasonable condition 4 until May 6th.
Second.
Okay, there's been a motion and a second on the table to postpone reasonable condition 4 until May 6th. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Is this debatable?
Yeah.
It's just a procedural motion to postpone, not debatable.
Would anybody like to make a comment then? Great. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Not debatable.
Anyway, Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Yes.
Zulik.
No.
Asari.
No.
Daley.
Yes.
Rallo.
Yes.
Ruff.
Yes.
Rosenbarger.
Yes.
Flaherty.
Yes.
Stossberg.
Yes.
Okay, with a vote of 7-2, that passes. So I guess ordinance 2026-06 will be continued in its entirety on May.
Point of order, I don't think that we continued it in its entirety. We just continued reasonable condition 4 with that motion.
How would you suggest we vote on the entire thing then?
I think I just have to move to continue ordinance 2026-06 to our next regular session on May 6th.
Okay, Councilmember Flaherty has his hand up.
I was just going to share a little bit more about a couple of the reasonable conditions for folks' awareness. I anticipate there's a motion to postpone the adoption of the ordinance until our next regular session. But just for clarity on a few things that are in the packet, reasonable condition 6, which we already adopted, I anticipate bringing a motion to rescind. Reasonable condition 7, which is about energy efficiency, I anticipate not moving, as I mentioned before. And in lieu of reasonable conditions 6 and 7, am seeking a written commitment covering those topics of electrification and efficiency, of which there was a draft in the most recent packet addendum that came out today. I would rather not vote on that today, though, since we are seemingly postponing until a future meeting, because there was still at least one substantive question I would like to dig into further in conjunction with staff or in collaboration with staff. But I wanted folks to be aware of that additional context and anticipated procedural steps when we next take this up.
Great, thank you. Well, I guess we have the full ordinance before us. Are there any other motions? Councilmember Strasburg.
I'll once again try to move to continue ordinance 2026-06 to our next regular session on May 6th.
Second.
Okay, there's been a motion and a second. Any comments? Councilmember Asare.
Just two comments on it. One is that I assume that there's people in the room waiting, but I can't see them, so maybe they're not, who might want to give public comment. So just that as a consideration. And then just to address the earlier comment, and I know we already voted for it, but partially why I thought, we could move forward with reasonable condition 4 even without the reason I over this meeting came to the realization of it is because of the clause at the end of it that requires the administration to come back. So, but I mean, if there's substantive things for reasonable condition 7, I mean, I guess that gives a lot of reason not to. But yeah, but that was sort of my thinking, is that it's sort of the same function at the end of the day. That way. So that was sort of why I had moved in that way, Councilmember Rosenbacher. Yeah.
Thank you. Councilmember Strasburg.
I'll withdraw my motion so the public comment can happen, because I do see somebody in chambers who would like to make a comment.
Great, let's go to public comment. If you'd like to speak on ordinance 2026-06 as a whole, please approach the podium and state your name. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Paul Rousseau again. I thought we'd be having public comment on Amendment 4, which is really what I wanted to talk about. No surprise, I'm here to talk about land trusts again. And what I would really like to do is have a clerk distribute this if possible. You may have seen this by email, but this is a much improved version. And what I would like to say is that we've been told, I'll abbreviate my comments in the interest of time. We've been told that the best method to create permanently affordable housing is by using silent second mortgages with first rights of refusal. That was told to you a week ago. As I've demonstrated in this chart before you, such a method fails in fewer than 10 years. While in comparison, a community land trust would succeed under identical conditions. If you have any questions about this, you have my email. You can, and I will probably be talking with the Director of Housing Development about this as well. In my research about community land trusts over the last month or so, I guess, including conversations with CLT executive directors, it has become clear to me that Hopewell offers Bloomington a golden opportunity that is the envy of other similar cities. The two largest obstacles to land trust homes are land acquisition and mortgage lending. And yet here we have, what is it, 25 acres? And the city paid $6.5 million for it, I think. And I think by today's prices, it's probably worth $25 million. We own the land. That big hurdle is overcome. And Summit Hill Community Development Corporation has been working with 2 local lenders now to secure loans for buyers with incomes between 50 and 80% AMI, whereas Hopewell homes would be easier to finance because the buyers would have incomes between 80% and 120% AMI under a community land trust. once you get something started with some momentum, every time there's an opportunity for land to build a land trust, if you're ready to go, you can jump on that opportunity. That's what all these other people have been telling me when I have conversations with them. There are some land trusts that get started with one parcel and they don't have philanthropic money to expand their land holdings, and they just sit there for 5 or 10 years not growing. But the ones that are a little bit bigger to start with, which is what Hopewell would allow you to do, would allow you to rival
Your time, sir.
other places, such as State College, Ithaca. I can go on and on.
Thank
There
you.
are other college towns all over the place that have done this, and we're way behind.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Would anybody else like to speak?
Hello, Wendy Goodlett, CEO at Habitat for Humanity of Monroe County. I sent an email today, but I want to read some of the remarks from that for the public. As the only developer/builder offering affordable homeownership opportunities for households between 35 and 80% AMI in our community, I would like to provide some insights regarding the challenges of creating affordability at the Hopewell South PUD and beyond. First, permanent affordability restrictions can lead to several unintended consequences, the greatest of which is limiting the equity a household can realize. Given that home equity represents the largest proportion of wealth for U.S. households, and that U.S. homeowners have an average net wealth that is 400% greater than renters, we should allow homeowners at Hopewell the same opportunities as others in our community to grow their equity. The housing market in Bloomington is so supply constrained that it is nearly impossible for an average household, let alone a severely income constrained household, to move out of a starter home. Locally, 80% of the homes built by Habitat and sold are still owned by a Habitat family. Rarely does a Habitat family's household income improve to such a degree that they can afford a more expensive home. This is mostly attributed to Monroe County housing costs far outpacing incomes. Due to the investments, both public and private, that are required to keep Habitat houses affordable, Habitat implements measures to ensure that those dollars are not transferred to the homeowner should they decide to sell during the term of their mortgage. The tools to achieve this are a second mortgage, a forgivable second promissory note, and a grant of right of first refusal. Utilizing these tools, Habitat has successfully purchased, fixed up, and resold 19 homes to a second qualified Habitat family, thus maintaining affordability for the next family. This process also maintains the quality of the home, which is something that will not automatically happen with a deed restriction. In most cases, due to the lack of equity, deed-restricted properties are in need of expensive repairs when they are sold to the next buyer. Affordability necessitates prioritizing outcomes. If you want the highest number of low-income earners to have access to homeownership, then as decision makers, you need to reduce the barriers to building affordable units. From an affordability standpoint, more asphalt and concrete mean higher development costs, which then push up the price points of houses. I also talk about our energy efficiency. Councilmember Flaherty, I'd be happy to talk to you about that as well. But the number one issue affecting affordability in Bloomington is lack of supply. It is imperative that you make it easier to build housing of all types. This is the most effective way to ensure long-term affordability. Increasing supply eases demand, which drives down costs. Please be thoughtful about the consequences of your decisions regarding permanent affordability. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to speak? Anybody on Zoom? Great. We will come back to council comment. Are there any motions? Councilmember Strasburg.
I'll move to postpone consideration of ordinance 2026-06 until our next regular session on May 6th.
Okay, there's been a motion and a second to postpone ordinance 2026-06 to our next regularly scheduled session on May 6th. Is there anyone who would like to discuss anything? Great. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Zulik.
No.
Asari.
No.
Daly.
Yes.
Rallo.
Yes.
Ruff.
Yes.
Rosenbarger,
Yes.
Flaherty,
Yes.
Strasburg,
Yes.
Piedmont Smith.
Yes.
Thank you. With a vote of 7-2, that passes, and ordinance 2026-06 will be heard for, I don't know, 5th or 6th time on May 6th, which is the day after Election Day, so don't forget to vote. Okay, are there any other motions on the floor? There are 2 others, but you don't have to. Okay, I'll just say, there is a clerk's note that resolutions 2026-05 and 2026-06 will be referred to the next regular session. Unless anyone is feeling really passionate about introducing either of them. Going once.
Do we need to take formal action to postpone them to our next meeting?
Not if they're not introduced. If there's no objection, I will move to additional public comment, general public comment. If you've already spoken in a period of general public comment, you may not speak, but anyone who has spoken on a legislative-related public comment, you are more than welcome to speak during general public comment. Would anyone like to approach the podium? Anyone on Zoom? Great. Going last time? Okay, council or public comment has concluded. Last thing, items on council schedule. As we said earlier, the next regularly scheduled council meeting will be held on May 6th in council chambers at 6:30. That is a Wednesday, and there is a council hiring committee tomorrow at, can someone help me out? 5:30. In the Allison Conference Room. So if you would like to watch us try to find new lawyers, please come on down and hang out with us in Allison Conference Room at City Hall tomorrow. Anything else? Councilmember Strasburg.
There's a fiscal committee meeting on Friday at 8:30, also in Allison Conference Room, and it's also available on Zoom if you want to Zoom in your pajamas on Friday morning. Thank you.
Fabulous. Friday morning plans, love it. Anybody else? Great. I adjourn this meeting.